Welcome to the CompTIA A Plus Core 2 course, your gateway into the world of IT support and troubleshooting. In this course, I will walk you through all the key topics you need to know for the latest CompTIA A Plus Core 2 exam, based on the CompTIA Newest exam objectives. This course is beginner friendly but packed with essential skills you will need in real IT roles. To make learning easier and more engaging, I have included clear visuals, diagrams, and step-by-step breakdowns throughout the course, helping you understand complex concepts quickly and confidently. By the end, you will be ready to pass the exam and take your first step towards a successful career in IT. Let's get started. So welcome to our CompTIA A Plus Core 2 course, and this is the latest edition of this course. And our domain number one is operating system, and as you can see, it is the largest domain and carries a 28% weightage of the overall course. And our objective 1.1 is explain common operating system types and their purposes. So workstation operating system, these includes the Windows, of course, the most popular, and it is the most common OS, and it has wide hardware and software support, and it is also used in enterprise. The next most common operating system is, of course, the Linux. So as opposed to Windows, Linux is open source, Windows is proprietary by Microsoft, and Linux is open source. It is customizable, means the organization can customize Linux and spin up their own flavor of Linux as per their requirements. It is more secure since it is open source. Its code can be analyzed, reviewed by security researchers all over the world. That's why it is more secure. It is mostly used in the servers inside data centers and by developers on their workstations. And the next one is the Mac OS, and of course, it is limited to Apple devices only. It is also a stable operating system, and it is mainly optimized for creative and productivity work. And our last workstation operating system is the Chrome OS. So this one is lightweight, and it is focused on used for cloud application, and it mainly runs web application, and that's why it is popular in education sector. Next is the mobile operating system types, and the first one is the iPad OS. So again, this is proprietary Apple OS, and it is used by Apple tablets. It has the multitasking features, stylus support, and productivity applications. Next one is again the Apple proprietary iOS, and it is used by the Apple smartphones, and again it is more secure, stable, and has a strong application ecosystem. So more secure than what? Than its competitor Android. And the after the iOS and iPad OS, we can say that the most popular or the common mobile operating system is the Android. And again, as opposed to the Apple operating system such as iOS and iPad OS, Android is open source. Again, it is customizable, and vendor can customize operating system as per their own devices and requirement. And it has a wide devices variety as opposed to the Apple only iOS, and it is most widely used. So this is the most common and most widely mobile operating system. So now coming over to various file system types, and the first one is the NTFS, and this one is used by default inside Windows. So it support permissions, encryption, and large files. So remember, the key thing to remember is that NTFS is used by Windows. Next one is REFS. So this one is used by Windows, but Windows Server, and it has high resiliency and large scale data.
support. Next one is the FAT32. This one is older file system, and since it is older, it is widely compatible, and it has a limitation of 4 GB file size. So this is important point to remember. Next one is ext4, which is the common Linux file system, and it is reliable and has the journaling support. Next is the XFS, which is a high performance, again, Linux file system, and it is good for large files. And the next one is APFS, which is used by Apple devices, and it is optimized for SSDs. SSD is the storage type that is solid state drive, and it also has the encryption support. And the last one is XFAT, which is used by cross platform, and as opposed to FAT32, it supports large files and is used in flash drives and SD cards. So now coming over to our next topic, which is vendor life cycle limitations. So end of life, what is end of life? End of life is when vendor stops selling and supporting their product, and plan upgrades are replacement before EOL to avoid security risk. So the user or the customer or the organization need to plan upgrades or replacement of the devices before EOL to avoid security risk. What is the security risk with EOL device? Since we said that the vendor no longer support these devices, it means that vendor will no longer release security patches for these devices. Therefore, beyond EOL, these devices are vulnerable and has security risks. For example, Windows 7 reached its end of life in January 2020. So anyone using Windows 7 beyond that, even in 2025, will have the security risk and security vulnerabilities because Microsoft is no longer releasing security patches for this particular operating system. So what are update limitations? So older system may no longer receive patches or feature updates, as I said the previous para. So transition to supported versions to maintain security and functionality. For example, iPhone older than iPhone 8 cannot get the latest iOS updates. So the update limitation is for all those devices that are no longer supported by the vendors. That's why you organization or the customer needs to transition to newer version and newer devices. So what are some compatibility concerns between different operating systems? These concerns include the compatibility between file systems. So some operating system cannot read, write certain formats. For example, Windows cannot natively write to ext4, which is a Linux file system. So this is a compatibility concern between the Linux and Windows. Next is the application compatibility concern. So program may only run on their native operating system. For example, let's suppose an application such as Final Cut Pro only run on Mac OS. This application may not be compatible with other such as Linux and Windows operating system. Drivers and hardware compatibility issues. So devices may lack drivers across operating system. For example, some printers don't have Linux driver. So each hardware drive have drivers for a particular operating system. For example, a printer may work plug and play inside Windows, but when you plug in it in a Linux operating system, Linux may not have drivers for this particular printer by default, so you may encounter this issue, compatibility issue. File sharing, so different operating system handle permission and sharing differently. For example, macOS versus Windows file sharing protocol. So of course, both these operating systems use different type of file sharing protocols. Coming on to objective 1.2, which is given a scenario, perform operating system installation and upgrades in a diverse environments. So what are some boot methods? First one is the internet based. So you need to download and install operating system directly from the web or online using the internet based method, and it is best used for lightweight devices and side cloud setups when you need to download your operating system or application from the cloud. For example, Chrome OS recovery or Mac OS Internet recovery. For example, these two operating systems can be recovered from internet online. Next is the external or hard swappable drive. So this is also a boot method. So you can boot your operating system from external hard drive. This may be HDD or SSD, and it is best used or best use case scenario is portable OS testing or recovery. So you can test a portable OS on these drives, or you can also recover your operating system that is available on these drive using external drive. For example, booting macOS from external drive. And next one is the internal hard drive that is partition. So this is used commonly by dual boot or for system recovery. Dual boot means that you have two operating system inside your hard drive and you have thus dual boot. You can, for example, use Linux such as Ubuntu and Windows operating system on a same laptop using the dual boot. Or you can also recover if your operating system is corrupted, you can recover it from an operating system that is available on your internal hard drive. For example, Windows plus Linux in dual boot mode on a system. Another boot method is through the most commonly used through USB. So it is a bootable installer on flash drive, and it is commonly used for OS installation and upgrade. For example, installing Windows 11 or Windows 10 from USB. Another method is the network or PXE boots. So in this case, you boot your device from network server, and it is used in large scale enterprise deployment, for example, PXE imaging labs or offices. And the last one is the solid state flash drives. So booting your operating system from SSD or flash media, it is used for fast portable OS boot. So remember, SSD is faster than HDD. So commonly we have an SSD drive inside our workstation such as laptop or PC, and on this laptop, on this particular SSD, we install our operating system so that it boots fast, because we have to boot our operating system every time we turn on our system. So installing your operating system on SSD will reduce the boot up time. For example, running Linux live from SSD. So this SSD can be internal, or you can also use an external SSD drive. And the last is the multi-boot, which is again multiple operating system on the same system, and it is used when you want to run different operating system on one machine, such as Linux and Windows on your laptop, as we already uh, studied in our previous slide. So now coming over to types of installations, and the first one is the clean install. So clean install means fresh OS installation, and in this case all your previous data is deleted or wiped out, and it is used for new system or when you have major issues with your operating system which is beyond repair or recovery. For example, installing Windows 11 from USB on a new PC or on an old PC where you want to delete all the previous data and install a new fresh Windows. Next method is upgrade. So this one keeps the previous or old file and applications but replaces the old operating system, and it is best used when you are moving to a newer version of operating system without your data loss. For example, you are now, let's suppose, currently running Windows 10 and you want to move on to Windows 11, so you can do this through upgrade. So in this way your old file and application will remain intact and your Windows will be replaced from Windows 10 to 11. And the next installation type is the image deployment. So this is a pre-configured operating system image which is copied to multiple devices, and it is commonly used inside enterprise environment and when you want standard configuration. So you make a standard operating system with your required configuration. You make an image of that operating system, and then you distribute this image to all the devices, and in this way you have standard or the same configuration or all your devices inside your enterprise. For example, deploying Windows image to all your office PCs inside an enterprise. Next installation type is the repair installation. So you reinstall the operating system core files, but you keep the old data and application, and it is best used when you have corrupted system files, and you can fix these corrupted system files through repair but without wiping your data. For example, you can use Windows repair your computer option to repair your corrupted operating system. So some other consideration that is third-party drivers. So ensure that the hardware such as network or storage works after installing your new operating system. For example, loading RAID or SATA drivers during Windows setup. Another method is the remote network installation. In this method, the OS is installed through a network, and it is basically used inside centralized IT control and large scale installation where you have multiple devices, and you can use this method by centralizing installing Windows on all the devices through a centralized server. For example, as we already studied, PXE boot installation in different organizations. Another method is the zero touch deployment. So this is again a fully automated install and without any user input, and it is used in large enterprises that needs fast rollout. For example, Microsoft Intune or SCCM deployment. And the last option is the recovery partition. So this is a hidden partition with OS recovery tools inside your system, and it is used for quick restore without requiring any external media. For example, factory reset on your laptop. So what is partitioning? So we have the GUID partition table, which is GPT. Partition means dividing this your main drive into different partition or drives such as C, D, and E. So this GPT or GUID partition table, it is the modern scheme using globally unique identifiers, and it supports large drive sizes that is greater than 2 terabyte, and it also supports many partitions. For example, Windows 11 requires the GPT partitioning on UEFI systems. Next partition method is the master boot record or MBR. So this is an older method, and in this method the boot info is in the first sector, and it has the limitation that you can partition the hard drive to only 4 partitions, and the drive size limitation is that they are less than 2 terabyte. An example of MBR is installing Windows XP on a BIOS only PC. So what is the drive formatting or drive format? So this formatting prepares partition for use by the operating system, and it erasing existing data and set up a new file system, for example NTFS or EXFAT. Upgrade consideration. So what are the things that you need to keep in mind while upgrading your operating system? The first one is to backup files and preferences. So this prevents data loss during your operating system upgrade. Next is the to keep in mind the application and driver support or backward compatibility. So you need to ensure that old application and drivers work with the new operating system. Next is the hardware compatibility. So you need to verify that the CPU, RAM, storage, they meet the requirements of the new operating system. For example, when you are upgrading to Windows 11, Windows 11 need TPM 2.0, that is hardware requirement. And feature updates means that the new Windows may add security patches, bug fixes, or new functionality. So these are basically tied to the product life cycle. So support period that is defined by the vendor. Next is the objective 1.3, compare and contrast basic features of Microsoft Windows editions. So first of all, Windows 10 editions. First one is the Home. So Home Windows edition includes basic features for customers and consumers. It does not include the domain joining facility or feature, and it also does not include the BitLocker encryption facility. Next is the Pro version. So this version adds features like BitLocker, remote desktop connection, and domain joining. And then Pro for the workstation, which is optimized for high-end hardware such as server, and it supports more CPUs and faster file systems such as REFS. Next is the Enterprise Edition, which has the advanced security and manager and include features like App Locker, which is a security feature, direct access, and Windows Go-To. So as you can see, as we are going from Home to Enterprise, the features and advancement in the edition is increasing. Now coming over to Windows 11 editions, again the first one is Home. So again this is the standard consumer version and it requires Microsoft account setup. Next is the Pro version, which include business features such as BitLocker, remote desktop connection, Hyper-V, and domain join. And the next one is then the Enterprise, which include the enterprise level security and deployment, and it can be purchased only via volume licensing. So some feature differences among different versions of Windows, such as domain versus workgroup. So what is domain and what is workgroup? So the Pro and Enterprise edition of Windows, these PCs or workstation having these version can join the domains, while the home edition is limited to workgroup only, means the home edition of Windows cannot join the domain. Then some difference between desktop style and user interface. So Windows 10 has a start menu with live tiles, while Windows 11 has a standard centered start and modern user interface. Remote desktop protocol, that is RDP. So Pro and Enterprise allow the remote host connection, while the Home edition can only connect as a client. It means that you cannot connect to the Home Windows edition using RDP. And some RAM support limitations. So the Home edition support less RAM as compared to the Pro and Enterprise edition. So, for example, the Windows 10 Home Edition has the limitation of 1 to 8 GB of RAM, while the Pro and Enterprise Edition can have RAM of up to 2 terabyte. Again, BitLocker. So, BitLocker is the feature that has the capability of full disk encryption, and this feature is available in Pro and Enterprise Edition, but not inside Home Edition. gpedit.msc, which is the group policy editor, and again it is only available in Pro and Enterprise Edition and not in Home Edition. So what are some operating system or Windows upgrade paths? First one is the in-place upgrade. It means to install new operating system over the existing one while keeping the old files, application and setting. For example, upgrading Windows 10 to Windows 11 without wiping or formatting or deleting the data. Then we have the clean install, which is the fresh operating system installation after wiping or formatting the drive. Example include reinstalling Windows 10 from a USB to fix a corrupted operating system. Some hardware requirements. So trusted platform module or TPM chip. This is a hardware chip that is included in modern system. And so this is a security chip for encryption, authentication, and secure boot. Example is that Windows 11 requires TPM 2.0 for installation. So without TPM 2.0, you cannot use or install Windows 11. Unified Extensible Firmware Interface, that is UEFI. So modern replacement, this is a modern replacement for BIOS, and it supports secure boot, larger drives, that is GPT as we already studied, and faster startup time. Example include Windows 11 requires UEFI with secure boot enabled. Objective 1.4, given a scenario, use Microsoft Windows operating system features and tools. Excuse me. So the task manager features. So the task manager has different tabs, as you can see. And the first one is the services. So in the services, we can view and manage running Windows services, such as we can start, stop, or restart different services. Next is the startup feature, which enable and disable programs that launch and boot. These are the programs that start when you boot up the Windows. Then is the performance. Here we can see the performance tab. So this monitors CPU, memory, disk, network usage in real time. Then when we have the processes tab, and in processes tab we can see active application and background processes, and we can end the unresponsive task. And then the users. So in users tab we can view the logged in users and resource usage per user. Next is the Microsoft Management Console snap-in, that is MMC, and this includes the event viewer. It can be accessed in the run using this shortcut eventviewer.msc. So this has the system view, security, and application logs. Next snap-in is the disk management, which is this can be accessed via diskmanagement.msc, and using this you can create, delete, resize, and format different disk partitions. Then we have the task scheduler. It can be accessed using this task schedule.msc, and it automates tasks to run at set time and events. Then we have the device manager, and it helps in managing hardware devices and drivers. And then the certificate manager, so it helps in managing digital certificates that can be used for authentication as well as encryption. Local users and groups, so it can be used to create and manage local users and groups. And then performance monitor, so this tracks system performance metrics in detail. And then group policy editor, that is gpedit.msc. It can be used to configure advanced system and user policies, and this feature is available in Pro and Enterprise edition of Windows only. Some additional tools include the system information, that is msinfo32.exe, and this feature displays detailed system hardware and software configuration. Resource monitor, it monitors real-time CPU, memory, disk, and network usage. System configuration, that is msconfig.exe, and this configures startup options, boot modes, and services. And disk cleanup utility, so this frees disk space by removing the temporary and unnecessary files. And the disk defragment feature, which optimizes the file replacement on HDDs to improve the performance. Registry editor, that is regedit.exe, which directly modifies Windows system registry, and it can be used for advanced troubleshooting. Objective 1.5, given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tools. So the CMD is the main command line tools that is available in Windows. So navigation, and for navigation we can use the cd command or the change directory command. For example, using cd documents moves into the document folder or change the directory to the document. Then the directory, using the dir command, list files and folders in the current directory. As we can see here, we have run this directory command and it has listed all the folders and files in the current directory. Now coming over to some network commands. First one is the IP config, which shows IP address, subnet mask, and gateway, and it is used for troubleshooting network connectivity. As we can see here, we have run this command IP config, and using this command, we can see that it shows us the IP address, subnet mask of different network adapters. If you have multiple adapters, then it will shows the IP address and setting for each adapter alone. So this one is the virtual box adapter, and this is my main Ethernet adapter. Next is the ping command, very popular among the network as well as system administrators. So this tests the reachability to another device, and it is used to check if the host is online. For example, if you want to check whether the google.com server is alive, you can use check this using the ping google.com, and it will show you if the reply comes from the server, it verifies that the server is alive and reachable, and it also shows other information such as the delay from your machine to the server, as well as some other features such as the TTL, which is time to live. And we will discuss this if required in the coming slides. And it also, at the end, it also gives a summary of the average latency, maximum, minimum, etc., and the packets that has been sent and the packets that were received by the server, and if there were some packets that were lost during the transition. Next is the net state command. So this displays the active network connection and ports, and it is used to detect suspicious or open connection. So as we can see, if you run this command, it will show you the open connection between your PC or your local IP address and the remote or foreign address. Next is the NS lookup. So it is used to query for DNS queries, and it is used to resolve host name into IP address. For example, you can use NS lookup google.com, and it will return this IP address for this google.com host. Next is the trace RT. So this traces the route packets, the route that packets take to the destination, and it is used to identify where the connection failed. So using this command, it shows you all the router that are between your machine and the destination host, and it shows you all these are basically the IP address of the intermediate router. So if there is some issue in the network, the packet will be stopped at certain point. Let's suppose if our network is unavailable beyond that point, then we need to work beyond that point and see that why these devices or network is unavailable. Path ping, another useful command, and this command combines the previous ping plus trace RT command, and it gives us detailed hop by hop statistics. So it is used to diagnose network latency or packet loss. As we can see here, we have used the path ping command, and it shows the hops like in trace RT, but it also gives other detailed information such as latency for each hop and other useful information that can be used when diagnosing network latency or packet losses. Now, some disk management commands. The first one is the check disk. So this is used to check disk for errors and repairs file system issues. For example, check disk C drive fixes errors on C drive. So the F flag is to fix error. So here I have run this check disk command, and as we can see, it has given the warning that I haven't used any parameters like this, and then it runs a detailed diagnostic and shows any error that may be with my disk. Next is the format. So this prepares a partition with a file system, that is, it formats or erases all data on the partition. For example, format D /fs ntfs, format drive D as ntfs file system. Again, this command has can be used with these multiple flags and features. This part is advanced tool to manage disk partition and volume. For example, disk part list disk shows available disk. As you can see here, I have, first of all, you go to the disk part command line, and here, if I use the command list disk, it will show the disks that are available on my system. So I have two disks, and one is of about 1 terabyte, and the next one is of 232 GB. So this one is SSD on which my operating system is installed, and this one is the main HDD which I use for the storage. It also gives other information, the partition types, etc. Some file management commands. So the first one is the md or make directory. So this command creates a new directory or folder. For example, md projects creates a new folder named project. So remember, the md or mkdir, they both perform the same task. You can either use md or mkdir. Next one is the remove directory or rmdir. So this one removes a directory, and the direct must be empty unless using s. So if you simply use rm directory, it checks whether the directory is empty or has some files inside it. So it must be empty. If it is not empty, then you should use this flag. For example, remove directory /s test deletes the test folder as well as the content inside the folder. So again, the remove directory and rd, they perform the same function. Next one is the robocopy. So this is robust file copy tool with advanced option, better than the copy or xcopy command. For example, robocopy d data d backup mirrors data folder to the backup folder. Now some informational commands. First one is the host name. So this command simply displays the computer host name, as we can see over here. It is useful to confirm device name in the network. Next one is the net user. So this lists local user accounts or manages them. For example, net user Alex shows details for user Alex. And next one in the WinVer or Windows version. So this shows Windows version and build number. For example, useful to confirm operating system version for compatibility. So when you use this command in CMD, it does not show information over here. Rather, a new Windows pops up or open up, giving you the required information. Next command is the whoami, which displays current logged in user and their domain. For example, this command can be used to confirm the identity in multi-user environment. What does this mean? This means that in environment where multiple users may be logged in onto a system, you can use this command to make sure that which user is currently logged in. And this command -help, and using any command, for example, this, let's suppose this, it displays the help and syntax for a command. So for example, ipconfig / shows available option for ipconfig. It means that if you want to know different option or information about specific command, you can type the command followed by space / and ? And it will show you detailed information about that specific command. Some OS management commands, and the first one is the GP update or group policy update. So this refreshes group policy setting immediately instead of waiting for the default refresh cycle. For example, GP update force applies all new policies instantly. Next is the GP result. So this one displays the resultant set of policy for user or computer, showing which policies are applied. For example, GP result /r shows applied policies. SFC or system file checker, it scans and repairs corrupted or missing Windows system files. For example, SFC /scan now checks install protected system files and repair if needed. Objective 1.6, given a scenario, configure Microsoft Windows settings. So Windows settings include the configuration and usage. And these settings include, the first one is the internet options. So the purpose of these settings are to manage browser and internet settings inside your Windows. And you can configure home page, privacy and security level and proxy settings inside these internet options. For example, configuring a proxy server for corporate network access. Next configuration setting is the devices and printer. These settings can be used to manage connected devices and peripherals, and you can use these settings to add printers, set a default printer and view connected devices. And this can be used in a scenario where user needs to install a new network printer. So next is programs and features. So the purpose of program and features usage is to manage the installed application and software. And programs and feature basically allows to uninstall the applications, change them or repair some program and enable different Windows features. For example, you may have a scenario where you need to remove an application that cause problem or that crashes the Windows, so you can remove this application using these programs and feature. Next is the network and sharing center. So the network and sharing center can be used to configure the network connection, and it can be used to set up new connections, change the adapter settings and troubleshoot network issues. For example, you can change the IP address of your system through network and sharing center. You can give a static IP to your system, or you can set it to automatically gain IP address from a DHCP server. Next is the system option or system configuration. So it can be used to view the system information and tune different performance settings. And its tasks include checking the Windows version, renaming the computer, and configuring the computer remote access. For example, you can enable the remote desktop connection or the remote settings so that your computer can be accessed by IT support remotely. Windows Defender Firewall. So Windows Defender Firewall can be used to control the incoming and outgoing traffic, and this allows and blocks different application, and you can configure different rules through this Windows Defender Firewall rules and policies. For example, this Windows Firewall can be used to allow a custom port for a server application, either inbound or outbound. So next is the mail. So mail is used to manage email profile and accounts, mainly the Outlook, and it can be used to add and remove different accounts, change the server settings and profile, such as here. For example, it can be used to set up an exchange email account for a new user. Next is the sound setting. So it is used to manage audio devices and setting, and it can be used to set default speakers, microphone, and configure the playback sound and recording. And it can be used to troubleshoot a scenario where there is no sound coming from the speaker, and you can troubleshoot this issue by switching the default playback device. So next is the user accounts. So user accounts are used to manage the Windows user profiles and credentials, and they can be used to add or remove users, change the user password, and configure the UAC. For example, creating a standard account for a new employee. This can be done through the user account feature. Device manager is used to manage hardware and drivers for different devices. So its tasks include updating the drivers, disabling and enabling devices, and troubleshooting hardware. For example, if you have an issue with a network adapter, you can fix the issue using the device manager by reinstalling the network adapter drivers. Indexing option is used to manage file indexing so that files can be searched faster, and its tasks include choosing the indexed location and rebuilding indexes. For example, improving search performance by adding a specific folder to the indexing options. Administrative tool includes accessing advanced system management tools, for example, event viewer, task schedule, services, and performance monitor. For example, event viewer can be used to investigate application crashes through logs. Next is the File Explorer options. So the File Explorer options can be used to view the hidden files. So it allows enabling and disabling the hidden files and folder, as we can see over here. It is useful for troubleshooting or when certain system files need to be accessed. It can also be used to hide extensions. So by default, Windows hide known file extension, for example, .txt or .exe. So you can uncheck this to always show extension, which is useful for identifying the file types and avoiding malware disguised as another type. So some general options. Let me enable the And so general options include changing how File Explorer opens, for example, quick access versus this PC. It can be configured to be used via single click or using double click to open different items. And general options also include managing privacy settings, for example, recent files or folders shown. This is the general options tab. And we have also the view options, which can be used to adjust advanced setting for folders and file display. For example, showing drive letters, showing encrypted or compressed files in color, and launching folders in a separate process, restore previous folder windows at logons. Now coming over to some power options. So we have different options inside power. First one is the hibernate, as we can see over here. So hibernate saves all open applications and data from RAM to the hard drive and then powers off the PC. So when powered back on, the system restores everything to the previous state. So this is best for laptops when you are not using them for a long time but want to resume where you left off without losing your work. So for example, you are working on something, let's suppose spreadsheet or Microsoft Word, and you want to take a quick break. So you can hibernate your laptop, and when you come back, your laptop will be switched on very fast and your data will also be saved. Next up is the power planes. So there are predefined or custom set of hardware and software settings that manage energy usage. For example, we have these planes balanced, which is the default plane. It balances performance and energy saving. Next one is the power saver. As the name indicates, it extends the battery power, but the performance at the cost of the performance. Performance is low when you are using your PC or laptop in power saving mode. And next is the higher performance, which prioritizes the performance but again uses more power. Next is the sleep or suspend mode. So this option saves the session to RAM and puts the computer in low power mode. It wakes up quickly but drains some battery. So this one is best for start breaks. And the next one is the standby, which is another term for sleep in older Windows versions. So this is essentially this has the same behavior as the sleep. It uses low power and sessions are stored in RAM. So next is the option, what option to choose for when you close the lid. So this option lets you decide the laptop's action when the lid is closed, and the option include you can either select to do nothing when you close the lid of the laptop. You can select the sleep mode, the hibernate, or shutdown. So you can select these of the option when you close the lid of the laptop. So that when you close the lid, you can either select the laptop or your system to shut down, hibernate, sleep, or do nothing. Next is the option of turning on the fast startup. So this combines the hibernate plus shutdown feature for faster boot times. So when enabled, Windows save a part of the system state to the disk at the shutdown, then reloads it quickly at startup. And number 7 is the USB selective suspend. So this passes power to the inactive USB devices while keeping others active. This saves battery life on laptops and may cause issues if a USB device like a keyboard or mouse does not wake properly. So next, Windows settings are the ease of access and time and language. So first of all, ease of access gives us the accessibility setting for users with disabilities. So you can use this option to adjust narrator, magnifier, on-screen keyboard, high contrast, and closed captions. For example, a visually impaired user may enable high contrast mode for better visibility. Next is time and language. So you can use this option, the time and language, to configure date, time zone, region, and language settings. Speech recognition and input methods can also be configured using this option. For example, a user traveling abroad may change the time zone and may add new keyboard language as per the region. Next is the update and security settings. So these are Windows Update, recovery, backup, activation, and troubleshooting settings. And these settings enable access to Windows security features. For example, an IT admin install the latest security pages using the Windows Update features. Next is the personalization. So personalization features, as seen here, can be used to change the desktop background, themes, lock screen, fonts, and taskbar behavior. For example, a user applying a custom wallpaper and configuring the taskbar to auto hide. Next are the apps or applications. So you can use the apps option to uninstall or manage install application and default applications for different purposes. It can be used to manage optional Windows features and app execution aliases. For example, a user removing a rarely used application to free up disk space using this app feature. Privacy. So privacy can be used to control access to your camera, microphone, location, and background applications. It can be used to configure diagnostics and telemetry data sharing with Microsoft. For example, a user can disable microphone access for all application except Zoom call. So the next setting is about the system. So the system can be used to manage display, notifications, power, storage, remote desktop, and the system information. And again, this is available inside the Windows setting. So for example, a user can change the display resolution for any external monitor through the system. Next is the devices. So devices option can be used to manage connected devices such as printer, scanner, Bluetooth devices, and mouse and keyboard setting. For example, a user can pair a Bluetooth headset with their laptop through this devices option. Next is the network and internet. So network and internet option as seen here can be used to configure your Wi-Fi, Ethernet, VPN. You can change your laptop communication or device communication to airplane mode, proxy setting, and data usage. For example, the IT department may set up a VPN connection for the remote workers using this network and internet option. Next is the gaming option. So gaming option can be used to manage Xbox game bar, game mode, and game streaming option. For example, a gamer may enable game mode to optimize performance during the gameplay. Next up is the accounts. The accounts option is also included inside the Windows setting, and this option can be used to manage Microsoft account, local accounts, work school accounts, sign-in options, and sync settings. For example, a company employee may add a work account to access Office 365 and OneDrive. Objective 1.7 given a scenario configured Microsoft Windows networking features on a client or desktop. And the first setting or topic is the domain joined versus the work group. What is the difference between a computer or a system that has joined a domain versus the other computer that has joined a work group and has not joined the domain? So what is the difference between these two concepts? We will see. So when a computer has joined a domain, through domain, it has domains gives us centralized management through Active Directory or AD. Users can authenticate with domain credential, and policies, updates, and permission are managed centrally by the domain controller. And it is best for medium to large organization. It means that if you have large organization, many employees, many systems, then this option is more suitable because it has a centralized control and you can manage users, their password, their policies centralized through Active Directory. The next one is the work group. So here we can see you can make the computer either part of a domain or a work group. So work group is a peer-to-peer setup with no central management. What does this mean? This means that if you have, let's suppose we have, for example, 3 laptops. So in work group, they are connected directly to each other, let's suppose through a switch. While in Active Directory, they are centrally managed by a centralized server or Active Directory. So each computer manages its own users and password. It means that the user and password are not centrally managed by the Active Directory. Rather, each computer manages its own user and password, and it is best for small network or home use where we have less number of computers and users. Shared resources. So shared resources in a domain giant are shared folders and drives usually on a file server. So if we have domain giant computer, these shared resources or folders can be made available to any number of users that we want. Access is controlled by Active Directory permissions, NTFS, and share permissions, and it is easier to enforce security and access control across multiple users through, again, Active Directory or domain controller. So the shared resources in work group is sharing is done locally on each computer. So you need to manage sharing on each computer alone, not centrally. User must have a matching username and password on the host machine, and it is harder to manage if many systems are involved. So this work group can be done for few computers, let's suppose less than 10, but if you have many computers, then domain is the easier and more manageable option. Printers. So in a domain giant, printers can be shared centrally through print servers, and group policy can auto install printers for users, and permission are assigned based on Active Directory groups. As opposed to domain, in work group, printers are shared manually from one PC. Each user must connect individually using the host computers or host PC's credential. File server. In domain giant, file server are dedicated file server that store and organize company files. Access to these files are controlled by Active Directory groups and security policies, and this supports DFS, that is distributed file system, for redundancy and better file access. In workgroup, file sharing is directly done between individual PCs, and it has limited security and scalability. Mapped drives. So domain giant drives can be automatically mapped through a group policy. For example, user logs in and gets a network drive, let's suppose a Z drive, mapped to a file server or a department. This is easy to manage and can be enforced across all users. In a work group, user must map drives manually using computer name and share, and there is no central way to enforce or manage mappings. So in summary, domain is a centralized, more scalable and secure option, and it should be used for medium to large organization where we have many PCs and many users. While workgroup is manual, it has limited scalability, and it is again used for small scale, such as in a small office or inside home. Next setting or configuration option is local firewall setting. So through local firewall setting inside Windows, we can allow an application through the firewall. So you can explicitly allow or block programs from accessing the network. For example, allowing Microsoft Teams but blocking a game from using the internet. So you can do this through your local Windows firewall. It can be done through the control panel. In control panel, we have Window Defender Firewall, and in Window Defender Firewall, we can allow an application or feature through settings inside the Window Defender Firewall. Exceptions. So exceptions are specific rules that override the default firewall behavior. For example, we can allow remote desktop or RDP protocol, which uses TCP port number 3389 through the firewall. The traffic can be inbound or outbound exception. As inbound and outbound is basically the traffic direction. If traffic is, let's suppose this is your PC, and you want to access, let's suppose, google.com. You type in your browser www.google.com, so you can say this is outbound traffic because you are accessing something outside and traffic is flowing outside. Let's suppose there is another user and want to remotely access your computer, or IT support want to remotely manage your computer through RDP protocol, let's suppose 389 port. So this one is inbound because traffic is incoming to your computer. Again, inside local firewall setting, the configuration, it can be accessed via the control panel. We have the Windows Defender firewall, and in settings, we have the update and security, Windows security, firewall, and network protection. So there are three types of network inside the firewall or your computer. Domain network, it is for business PCs connected to an Active Directory domain. Private networks are trusted home or work networks, and public networks are untrusted networks like airports or coffee shops, internet, Wi-Fi networks. Again, inbound and outbound rules can be configured via wf.msc, that is Windows Firewall with advanced security. Inbound rules control traffic coming into the PC, as I already explained. Outbound rules control traffic going out of the PC. Profiles, so different rules can apply depending on whether the PC is on a domain, private, or public network. And we can also configure custom rules, so they can you can restrict traffic by port, by program, by IP address, or by protocol. For example, a port can be 3389, program can be, let's suppose, team application, IP address can be anything. Let's suppose you have this IP address 192.168.100.20 up, and protocol can be TCP. So using all these combination, you can configure the ports. Internet IP addressing scheme. So how we can configure the IP address on our PCs inside Windows operating system. So IP addresses uniquely identify a device on the network. It can be IP version 4, for example, 192.168.1.10, or IP version 6, which is in hexadecimal format. Each device must have a unique IP within the network. What does this mean? This means that if you assign this IP address, let's suppose, to PC1, you cannot assign same IP address to another computer, let's suppose PC2, on the same network. Otherwise, you will have what? IP conflict, and your whole network will be choked. These two PCs will also be unable to work properly. So what is it? So this is how you assign IP address. Then we have the domain name system, or the DNS settings. So these are the DNS settings. DNS basically converts human friendly names, for example www.example.com or google.com, into IP address, and they can be configured manually or automatically. So here you can either manually configure these domain IP addresses, or you can choose this option, obtain DNS server automatically, and you will then your DNS server will be automatically obtained by your PC from the DHCP server. For example, W8.8.8. It is a popular DNS server by Google, and 1.1.1.1 is a free DNS server, public DNS server by Cloudflare. So without DNS, you would have to use raw IP addresses. What does this mean? This means that if you don't have the DNS setting, and then you cannot use these www. In Internet Explorer bar, then you will have to enter the IP address of this website. For example, 200.10.20.20. So it is impossible that you remember all these IP addresses for all the host name and websites. So what is the subnet mask? Subnet mask defines which part of IP address is the network portion versus the host portion. For example, 255.255.255.0 means that 192.168.1.x are all on the same local network. It ensures proper communication between devices. So this is where we configure the subnet mask. So by this, that which part is the network and which the host. So here we can see that this part 255.255.255, this one is the network part, this is constant, and this one is the host part. So this IP addresses can range from 2 up to, from 1, basically you can also use the 1 up to 254. This has, so each this octet has the maximum range of 255, or you can say in the, for the host we don't use the first and the last address, that's why we have the range up to 254. So that's how it works. Gateway, so we also use the gateway. This is the gateway address. So this is the default gateway is the router address that allows traffic to exit the local network and reach the other network like the internet. For example, 192.168.1.1, which is your Wi-Fi router IP in most cases. So static versus dynamic IP address. So static IP is manually set like this one, and it does not change unless you manually change it. Use cases include you give manual IP to servers, to printers, and to routers. And to clients like PC, you usually give them dynamic IP addresses. So dynamic IP address is automatically assigned by DHCP, Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, and in its use cases include most client PCs, phone, Internet of Things devices. Next option is the virtual private network or VPN inside the Windows. So the purpose of VPN is to securely connect to a private network over the Internet. So Internet is a public media. Your traffic can be viewed by anyone when it crosses the internet, such as the ISPs. So for the security, we use the VPN, which encrypt your traffic between your private network and wherever you are over the internet. So the step to configure VPN include by going to settings and then network and internet. We have network and internet, and then the VPN option, this one over here, and then we select the VPN connection. We click on this plus, and then we enter this information to configure the VPN and save and connect from the network list. So these are the options that you can use to set up a VPN. Next is the wireless or Wi-Fi network setting. So purpose is to connect to the local wireless network or Wi-Fi network. Steps include again clicking the Wi-Fi icon in the taskbar, or going to the setting, then network and internet, and then the Wi-Fi. Then selecting the SSD or the available network name, enter the Wi-Fi password, and choosing if you want the PC to be discoverable on the network or otherwise. Next is the wired or Ethernet network connection. So this is the wired Ethernet and this is the wireless Wi-Fi. So the purpose of this setting is to directly connect to the LAN cable connection. So LAN connection are more reliable and have high speed as compared to Wi-Fi wireless network. And steps again include plugging in your Ethernet cable into PC and the other end to the router or switch. So Windows will automatically detect the connection. You can check this by going to setting, network and internet, and again this Ethernet. And if needed, you can configure the static IP addresses and DNS setting, or you can set them to automatically obtain the IP address from the router or the Wi-Fi access point. The next is the proxy setting. So a proxy server acts as a middle point between the client PC and the internet. What does this mean? This means that this is your PC, this is the internet. Here between your PC and your client, the internet, you can configure a proxy server. This is your proxy setting. So it can be configured in again setting, network and internet, and then we have the proxy option, and can be automatic with a script or auto detect or manual entering the IP address and port of the proxy server. It is commonly used in corporate networks for filtering, monitoring and controlling the web traffic. So since this sits between your clients and internet, you can configure setting on the proxy to filter web traffic. For example, you can configure the proxy to block all the social media sites or all the adult sites. Next is the public network versus the private network. So public network is designed for untrusted environments such as coffee shops and airports, and file and printer sharing is disabled inside public network, and firewall is stricter to protect the device. Of course, you are connected to the untrusted environment, so the firewall rule are stricter. Private network, on the other hand, is used in trusted environment like your home and office LAN. So this network allows device discovery, file sharing, and printer sharing, and it has more relaxed firewall rules. Next option is the metered connections and limitations. So a metered connection limits background data usage, and it is used for limited capped internet plans. So it can be configured in again setting, network and internet, Wi-Fi, Ethernet, and set as metered connection. As we can see over here, you can turn this option on. The limitation of this option is that Windows updates may not download automatically. Since you have set the limitation on the data caps, cloud backups and OneDrive syncing may pause, and live tiles and application update may be delayed. Objective 1.8 explain common features and tools of the macOS desktop operating system. So after Windows, now we will discuss some features and tools inside the Apple macOS. And first one is the installation and uninstallation of application in macOS. So we have different file types. First one is the .dmg or disk image file. So this is a compressed file that mounts as a virtual disk when opened, and it often contains an application.app and a shortcut to the application folder, and users typically drag the application into the application folder to install it. So this is how you install it. You drag the application into the application folder for installation. Next is the .pkg or package file. So this is installer package used for applications that require a guided installation process. Launching it runs the macOS installer. So when you launch the package file, it runs the macOS installer, which may request admin privileges, and it is common for applications that install additional components or system level tools. Next file type is the .app or application file. So the actual application bundle appears as a single file but is a package of multiple resources, and typically this is placed in application folder. It can be run directly without additional installation. So what is the App Store? We all know, the Apple user know the App Store. So this is the built-in application for browsing, purchasing and downloading software. So the App Store basically handles installation automatically, placing application in application folder, and updates are managed through the application store as well. So what is the uninstallation process? So for .app installed via .dmg or drag and drop. So you can simply drag the application from the application folder to the trash. This removes the main program, but some leftover files such as preferences and caches may remain in the library or slash library. So for .pkg installed application, they cannot be uninstalled by just deleting the app. They may require a dedicated uninstaller which may be provided by the vendor or manual removal of installed component. So for app stored application, you need to open the launchpad, click and hold the application until it wiggles, and then click the X to uninstall the X button to uninstall the application. This removes both the application and related support files. So summary, so macOS supports multiple application installation methods. So .dmg is installed through drag and drop. .pkg or package file are installed through guided installer. .app or standalone application and are they launch the macOS installer when clicked. And through App Store you can manage installation and updates. It automatically installs the application when downloaded. Uninstallation is usually drag and drop to trash for .app application and App Store removal via the Launchpad or vendor tools for .pkg files. System folders in macOS, and the first folder is the application folder. So this is the folder where installed applications are stored, and it contains both the system applications such as Safari, Mail, as well as user installed application. So user usually install application here in this folder so that all accounts can access them. Next is the users folder. So these folders contains folders for each user's account. Each user folder has subfolders like desktop, documents, download, music, pictures, and library. And this folder provides personal storage and settings per user. So users can individually change their setting by changing the setting of the folder inside these folders. Next is the library folder. So this folder stores system-wide resources used by application and the operating system. It includes fonts, application support files, and preferences files. So this folder basically affects all users on the Mac as opposed to the users folder. System folder contains the macOS system files and frameworks, and it is highly protective, so users should not modify it because it may affect the overall operating system. And this folder houses critical components for macOS functionality. Next is the users library folder. So this is a hidden folder inside each user's home directory, and it stores application preferences, caches, and support files for that specific user. For example, Safari, bookmarks, mail data, and custom settings. So summary, the application folder contains the installed applications. Users folder contains user related data. Library folder contains shared system-wide resources, and system folder contains core macOS files, while the user library folder is hidden per user application data and preferences. Next topic is Apple ID and corporate restrictions. So what is Apple ID? Apple ID is used to access iCloud, App Store, iMessage, FaceTime, and other Apple services. So it syncs personal data such as contacts, photos, and documents across multiple Apple devices. And it enables Find My Mac for locating or logging a lost device. So what are corporate restrictions? So organizations often use mobile device management or MDM solution, for example, Jamf, Intune to manage Macs devices. So restrictions can include disabling personal Apple ID sign-in, blocking App Store downloads, enforcing password policies, remote wiping or locking devices, and controlling Wi-Fi, VPN, and security settings. So the purpose of corporate restrictions are to ensure data security, compliance, and device standardization in overall business environments. What are some best practices for macOS? First one is the backup. So use Time Machine, which is built in macOS for automatic hourly, daily, and weekly backups. External devices or network storage are common destination for these backups. iCloud Drive or third-party backup solution, for example, Carbon Copy Cloner, can provide redundancy. Antivirus. So while macOS has built-in Xprotect and Gatekeeper to block malware, extra antivirus may be recommended in enterprise settings. So third-party antivirus adds proactive scanning and enterprise-level reporting. Updates and patches. So keep macOS and applications updated for security and performance. Updates can be set to install automatically or managed via the mobile device management policies. Rapid Security Response or RSR. So Apple's newer feature for quickly deploying urgent security fixes without waiting for full OS updates. RSR patches are small, installs quickly, and often do not require a full reboot. So these are critical for responding to zero-day vulnerabilities. Some system preferences. Displays. So displays can be used to adjust screen resolution, for example, retina scaling. It can be used to set brightness and night shift for eye comfort. Manage multiple displays through extension or mirror, and change refresh rate, which is useful for ProMotion or external monitors. Network. So configure networks setting can be used to configure Wi-Fi, Ethernet, VPN, and Bluetooth connections. It can also be used to set up IP addressing either static or DHCP, and manage DNS and proxy settings. So prioritize which network connection macOS should use. These settings can also be changed inside the networks. Printers and scanners settings can be used to add and remove printers and scanners. Set a default printer, adjust printer settings such as duplex, paper size, and printer quality, and scan document directly into applications or files. Privacy and security. So these settings control which application can access the camera, microphone, location, and file, and enable the firewall, that is full disk encryption, manage firewall settings, and approves application downloaded from the App Store or identified developers. Accessibility are the tools to help users with vision, hearing, motor, or cognitive impairments. So features include voiceover, that is screen reader, zoom magnifier, dictation, and switch control. It can also be used to adjust display contrast, cursor size, and subtitles. Time Machine is built-in backup tool for macOS. It automatically backup files, application, and system settings to an external drive or network storage, and it allows file and system restore from different points in time. Some features. So the macOS include multiple desktop or spaces feature, which lets you create and switch between different virtual desktops, helping organize applications and workflows. Mission Control provides an overview of all open windows, desktop, and full screen application, making it easy to switch between them. Keychain is a built-in password manager that securely stores passwords, Wi-Fi keys, and certificates. Spotlight is a system-wide search tool to quickly find files, application, email settings, or perform quick calculations and web searches. iCloud is Apple Cloud service for syncing and storing data across multiple Apple devices. iCloud include iMessages, which can be used to send and receive messages across iPhone, iPad, and Mac. FaceTime is used to make video and audio calls via Apple devices. And iCloud Drive is used for cloud storage to store files, documents, and backups. Gesture is a multi-touch trackpad gestures like pinch to zoom, swipe with three fingers, etc. for fast navigation. Finder is a file manager in macOS which can be used for browsing, organizing, and accessing files, applications, and connected drives. While dock is quick access bar at the bottom or side of the screen for launching or switching between apps. Continuity is integration feature between macOS and iOS devices. So it is a handoff that is start an email on iPhone and finish it on Mac. Universal clipboard copy on one device and paste on another. AirDrop, wireless file sharing, and call SMS relay that is make receive calls on your Mac. Disk utility, which is a built-in tool for managing storage drives and volumes. Functions include formatting, partitioning, repairing disk, and creating disk images, and is often used to fix corrupted drives or prepare an external disk for use. File Vault is macOS full disk encryption feature. So it uses XTS AES128 encryption with a 256-bit key to protect all data on the starter disk. It requires a password or recovery key to decrypt and access data, protecting files if the device is stolen or lost. Terminal is the command line interface for the macOS, and it gives advanced user direct access to Unix-based system functions. It is useful for automation, system configuration, and troubleshooting beyond the GUI. Force quit is used to close unresponsive applications, and it is accessible via command plus option plus escape or through the Apple menu. Unlike quit, it immediately ends the application, which can result in unsaved data loss. Objective 1.9 identify common features and tools of the Linux client desktop operating system. So some file management commands in Linux, and first one is the ls that is used for listing files. So it displays the content of a directory and shows detailed file list with permission, size, and timestamps, such as this one. So as we can see here, it only shows the files, but you can use other flags with this ls command to show the other features such as permission, size, and timestamps. PWD, that is print working directory or present working directory, it shows the current directory path, such as this one. And MV, that is move or rename files. So the move command is used to move files between directories or it can also be used to rename them. For example, move followed by the file name followed by the directory and followed by the next directory. So this followed by this path home slash lx desktop. So this command will move the x files to desktop, and move old name.txt to new name.txt means that this file will be renamed as this. So move command can be used to move file. Remember, it is different from copy. The copy command copies files. It remains in the present directory as well, while the move command completely, you can say that it is just like cut, as we use in the Microsoft Word. It cuts the file from here and paste it in the new location, while it can also be used to rename a file to different name. Next is the copy, CP or copy file. It creates a copy of a file or directory. For example, copy file.txt to backup.txt. So this file.txt is copied to content of this file or copied to this one. This file name or this file also remains, and a new file is created with the name backup having the same content. Similarly, cp-r document-backup means it will copy this document folder including all its content to this backup folder. Next is the rm or remove file. So it deletes files or directory. It is irreversible, means you cannot retrieve the deleted files, so it must be used with caution. Example include rm followed by file name. So this will completely delete this file, or rm-r folder. So this -r flag means that it will delete this directory as well as all the content inside this directory or folder. Next is the chmod, or means change mode or change file permission. So this modifies read, write, and execute permissions for files and directory. Example include chmod 755 followed by the file name, which is script.sh. So what does this number mean? It means that the owner can read, write, and execute. So this belongs to the owner. These are owner permission, and others can read, write. The second one are, first one is the owner. The second digit, it shows the group permissions, and the third one shows the other user permissions. So the 7 has all the permission of read, write, execute. 5 has the permission of read, write. So this is how you change the permission of the files. Next is the change ownership, or CHOWN. So this changes the file ownership. Changes file owner and or group owner. For example, sudo change ownership Alex users file text. So what does this mean? This means that this file.txt ownership has been changed using this command. So grep command is used to search text in files. It searches for patterns in files or output. For example, grep error log file.txt. So this command will look for error words in this log file.txt file. Find is used to locate files. It searches for files and directories based on name, size, type, etc. For example, find /home/lx dash name.txt. What does this mean? This means that this command will try to find all the files that have .txt extension. Here, steric means that any file name having the txt extension. File system management. So FSCK, file system consistency check. So this command is used to check and repair Linux file systems. It is helpful after improper shutdowns or disk corruption. Example include sudo fsck/dev/sda1. So this will check this drive for errors or corruption. Next is mount. So this mount command attaches a file system like USB drive, ISO, or network share to a directory so it can be accessed. For example, sudo mount /dev/sdb1 mount USB. So this command will mount this USB to this directory. You can, the unmount is opposite, so it will unmount the device from the directory. Administrative tools, and the first one is the SU substitute user. So this switch is using this command you can switch to another user account commonly root user or super user. For example, when you use this command SU space dash, it switches to root account. Of course, it will ask for the password. Sudo is super user do. So this executes a command with elevated or super user or root privileges without logging in as root. So it is safer than SU because it requires your own password and logs actions. For example, sudo apt update. Package management. So these commands are used to install, update, and remove software. So apt-debian/ubuntu package manager. For example, sudo apt install Firefox. So this command will install the Firefox application. dnf-fedora/red hat package manager. So this dnf command, it is for red hat and can be used to update the packages. It can be used as such. Next are some network commands, and these are used to test, configure, and troubleshoot networking. And the first command is IP show, which first command is IP command, which can be used to show, manage IP addresses, routes, and interfaces. For example, IP address show, it will show the IP address of the system. Next is the popular ping command, which can be used to test connectivity to a host. For example, ping google.com, as we have used it over here. And next is the curl, which can be used to fetch data from a URL that is HTTP or FTP URL. For example, curl https example.com. So this will retrieve the data from this URL header, such as we can see over here. Next is dig. So dig command is used to query DNS records for troubleshooting, and an example include dig openai.com or dig geeks.org. So it will give you the IP address for your queried host name or URL. Next is traceroute. Again, it shows the path packets take to reach a destination. Example include traceroute example.com. So in Windows, it was traceRT. Here it is traceroute. So remember this distinction. Some informational commands. So these commands are used, and these commands It can be used to view documentation, read files, and monitor system status. First one is the man or manual. So it displays the manual pages for command. Example is man ls. So this command will show documentation on how the ls command works. So here we have used this command and it shows that the ls command simply lists directory content. Next is the cat command which prints the content of a file to the terminal. Example, cat file.txt displays the file's content. Here we have used this command. We have also used some flags with it to sort it. So it has printed the content of this veg.txt file, but it has also sorted in alphabetic order. So next is top. So top command shows real-time view of system processes and resource usage. For example, running top shows CPU and memory usage and running tasks as we have used over here. So the next command is the ps command which displays information about currently running processes. For example, ps aux lists all the processes with detail. Here we can see that we have run the ps command and it shows us the currently running processes. Next is the du command or disk usage command which shows the disk usage of files and directories. For example, du-h/home displays the size of files and folders in human readable format. And next is the df command which displays the file system disk space usage. For example, df-h shows free and use space on mounted file system as we can see over here. So coming over to the text editor, and the most popular text editor in Linux is the Nano, which is a simple beginner-friendly text editor. Here the Nano text editor is in action. Now coming over to some common configuration files, and these configuration files are almost all in the /etc directory. First one is the /etc/password file, which stores user accounts information. Remember, it does not store passwords. Passwords are stored in /etc/shadow. It stores password in encrypted format, or you can say it's stored password hashes. Next is etc host, which maps the host name to their IP addresses. /etc fs tab, which defines file system to mount at boot. And next is /etcresolve.conf, which can be used to configure your DNS servers. So some OS components, systemd, which is a system and service manager for booting and managing processes. Kernel is the core of the operating system and it manages hardware and processes. And bootloader loads the kernel, for example, grub. Root account is the super user account with unrestricted privileges, which can be used for administration and system level changes. Objective 1.10, given a scenario, install application according to requirements. And some system consideration for application. First one is the 32-bit versus 64-bit dependent application requirement. So a 64-bit operating system can usually run both 32-bit as well as 64-bit application, while a 32-bit operating system can only run 32-bit application. So remember this point. So always check the application installer version before installation whether the application is for 32-bit OS or 64-bit OS. Dedicated versus integrated graphic card. So dedicated GPU is needed for applications like CAD, video editing, and gaming, such as this one. So this is a dedicated GPU. Integrated GPU is sufficient for light workloads like word processing or web browsing. Video random access memory or VRAM requirements. So graphic intensive applications, for example, Adobe Premiere or 3D rendering software need more VRAM. Insufficient VRAM may lead to lag or inability to launch these applications. RAM requirements, so applications specify minimum and recommended RAM for their operation. For example, a web browser may need 4 GB of minimum RAM, but 8 plus GB is better for performance. Central processing or CPU requirements. So some applications require multi-core CPUs or certain clock speeds. For example, virtualization software such as VMware and VirtualBox benefits from multi-core CPUs with virtualization extensions enabled. External hardware tokens. So some applications, for example, security software, VPN clients, or digital licensing system require USB tokens, smart cards, or dongles for authentication. Storage requirements. So applications may require free space on the system drive for installation and temporary files. For example, a game might need 100 GB of space, while an office suite might only need 5 GB of storage. Application to OS compatibility. So some application only support specific OS version. For example, an application may support Windows 10 plus, such as Windows 10 and 11, Mac OS Ventura Plus version, and specific Linux distros. Installing an unsupported OS, installing application on unsupported operating system version may cause errors or missing some functionalities. Physical media versus the mountable ISO file. So physical media where applications are distributed on physical media like CDs, DVD, or USB drives. So it is less common today, but still used for enterprise software or offline environment. Mountable ISO file is an ISO image that can be downloaded and mounted virtually, simulating a physical disk. It saves time and does not require physical hardware and is often used for OS installation or other large applications. Downloadable package. So some software downloaded directly from the internet, typically through a package manager or vendor site. Example include .deb packages used by Debian or Ubuntu with apt command, and .rpm packages by Fedora and Red Hat with DNF or yum commands. So advantage of these method is that it ensures updates and dependencies are handled automatically when installed from required repositories. What is the image deployment? So some application on entire systems are pre-configured in an image that can be deployed to multiple machines for consistency and standardization. Example include virtual machine image in OVA or OVF format, Docker containers for applications, and disk cloning images for enterprise rollouts. Advantage includes image deployment saves time in large-scale deployment by providing ready-to-use environments. Now, impact consideration for new application. First is the device impact. So new application may require more CPU, RAM, VRAM, or storage. Could slow down existing application or overload older devices and may need drivers or firmware updates. Network impact include applications using cloud services or frequent updates can increase bandwidth usage. High traffic application, for example, video conferencing and streaming may affect other users. And security risks if application communicate with external servers. Some operational impact. So user may need training to use the new application. Workflow changes such as new processing or automation may be required. and possible downtime during the application installation or migration. What are some business impacts? Business impact can improve the application can improve productivity or efficiency if chosen well. Licensing, subscription, and maintenance cost needs to be considered. A risk of data breaches or compliance issue may arise if the application is insecure. And the application may give a competitive advantage if it provides new capabilities to the organization. Objective 1.11, given a scenario, install and configure cloud-based productivity tools. So installing and configuring cloud-based productivity tool, and the first one is the email system. So to install this system, you need to choose a provider, for example, Microsoft 365 Outlook, Google Workspace, Gmail. Then you need to configure DNS records, including MX, SPF, DKIM, DMARC for secure email delivery, creating the user accounts and applying mailbox quotas, enabling security features like multi-factor authentication, spam filtering and encryption, and setting up client access such as Outlook, webmail, or mobile application. Next is the cloud storage. Cloud storage can be utilized by deploying either OneDrive, Google Drive, or Dropbox for business. You need to configure settings so that files are available both offline as well as online. Set folders redirection for documents and desktops if required. Define permission and sharing policies, for example, read only versus edit, and enable version history and recovery options. Next is the some collaboration tool, and the first one is the spreadsheet. So use Google Sheets or Microsoft Excel online. Share with role-based access, view, comment, and edit. Enable real-time co-authoring and configure auto-save to cloud storage. Video conferencing, deploy Microsoft Teams, Zoom, or Google Meet. Configure meeting policies such as recording, screen sharing, and breakout rooms. Set calendar integration with Outlook or Google Calendar, and secure meeting with passwords or waiting rooms. Presentation tools, so provide access to PowerPoint online or Google Slides, enable templates and shared libraries, and configure permissions for team collaboration. Word processing tools, so deploy Microsoft Word online or Google Docs, enable track changes, comments, and collaborative editing, and ensure autosave and backups are turned on. Instant messaging, so use Teams, Slack, or Google Chat. Configure channels and workspaces for departments or projects. Enable file sharing, integration with storage, and compliance retention. And apply DLP, that is data loss prevention policies where needed. Identity synchronization. So the process of ensuring that user identities such as accounts, credentials, and groups are consistent across on-premises system like Active Directory and cloud-based services like Microsoft 365 or Google Workspace. Methods include Directory Sync, and Azure AD Connect, Google Cloud Directory Sync. This keeps username and passwords consistent, and single sign-on, which allows user to log in once and access multiple applications securely. Licensing assignments. So licensing assignments are used for allocating proper subscription licensing to users so they can access specific cloud productivity tools. Process include assigning manually per user through the cloud providers and admin console, or it can be automated with groups or policies. For example, if a user joins the sale group, they automatically get CRM and collaboration tool licenses. Some considerations, so ensure that correct license tier is applied, for example, basic versus enterprise plan. Revoke licenses for inactive or departed employees to save cost, and monitor usage to optimize licensing needs. So that's all for this video and domain 1. Please like and subscribe for upcoming videos and the remaining domains. We'll see you soon.
Started.
So domain 2 is security, and this domain is also one of the largest domain, having 28% weightage of the overall course as the previous domain. And objective 2.1 is summarize various security measures and their purposes. And this specific objective, I have already covered the content of this objective in my CompTIA Security Plus course, so I will reproduce the videos over here. Our next topic is physical security. Physical security is the protection of physical assets, including hardware, data center, and personnel from unauthorized physical access. Importance of physical security is that strong physical security is crucial for information security as it prevents unauthorized access to sensitive data as well as the infrastructure hosting the sensitive data. So few of the key components of the physical security are: number one is access control. So implementing measures to restrict access to authorized personnel only through biometric authentication. And biometric authentication include fingerprint, facial recognition, and iris scan, access cards, tokens, and security guards. So these all measures can be employed to prevent someone from entering or accessing the physical facility or your physical assets such as hard drive, servers, database servers, etc. Perimeter security, so protecting the physical boundaries of the facility such as fences, barriers, surveillance cameras, and alarm system. So these measures are employed to protect the outer perimeter of your facility. And environmental controls such as maintaining optimal environmental condition for hardware and data, including climate control, fire suppression systems, and power backup solutions. So these environmental controls also comes in physical security because they prevent the degradation of hardware as well as the data hosted inside the hardware. So now some of the measures that are taken for the physical security, and the first one is bollards. So bollards are sturdy vertical posts installed to block vehicle or unauthorized personnel from accessing restricted areas. So primarily bollards are employed for vehicular access. As you can see that it cannot prevent personnel from entering the facility, but so the primary purpose of installing the bollard outside a facility is to prevent the vehicle from entering or damaging the facility either intentionally or by some disoriented drivers. So the purpose is that they prevent physical breaches such as ramming attacks through vehicles, which could lead to data theft or damage to critical infrastructure. An example of use: protecting server rooms, data centers, and outdoor IT equipment like backup generators or telecom cabinets. So you can install this outside your server rooms, your data centers, so that no one can ram inside your facility. Material: so typically made of steel or reinforced concrete for durability and impact resistance. So they are mainly made of steel as in this picture, but they can also be made of concrete. And integration often used alongside access control system like gates or barriers for comprehensive perimeter security. So bollards alone are not enough. um, After the bollards, you must have other access control systems such as gates and other access control system to allow control access inside your facility. Access control vestibule. So an access control vestibule refers to a mechanism or process that provides control entry to secure area or system, and has the brief explanation. So it actually looks like this. It has two doors. So anyone that enters the first door must close this one in order to open the second door. So this is a secure area. This, you can say, this is an air gap system, and it prevents another person from entering behind you, or you can say that it is effective against tailgating or piggybacking. So intermediate access point acts as a transitional space between an unsecured area or network and a secure one, like an airlock in physical security verification layer. Enforces multi-factor authentication, identity verification, or additional scrutiny before granting access to sensitive system or data. So this door is basically, it have access control system installed either through fingerprint or through access badges. So anyone not having the access control cannot, of course, enter or open this door. Mitigation of tailgating and piggybacking. So the important point to remember here is that it prevents tailgating or piggybacking, which are physical intrusion attacks. So prevents unauthorized as user from accessing secure areas by ensuring each subject undergoes individual verification. Granular access control, so limits access based on specific roles, policies, or contextual information such as device trust or location. This one is not very relevant to this physical control, so forget about this last point. But the main point to remember here is that it prevents tailgating or piggybacking, which are basically physical intrusion attacks. Fences. So fences are barriers designed to prevent unauthorized physical access to a specific area, typically around facilities, data center, or restricted zone. So if you see the fence in this picture, of course, this would not prevent unauthorized physical access, but there are fences, reinforced fences that can do the same. But fences are mainly used as a deterrent security control. So anyone seeing the fences would be notified that this is a secure area and should not be crossed. And the purpose is that they serve as the first line of defense by creating a clear boundary between the secure and public areas. Deterrent, as I said, it acts as a deterrent. Visible fences discourage intrusions and signal that area is protected. Types. So fences can vary based on security needs, including chain links, barbed wire, or electric fences. This one is looks like made of wood or plastic. So it can be of barbed wire. You can also install barbed wire on a heighted fence to even prevent the intrusion. Integration, so often paired with additional security measures like surveillance cameras, motion sensors, and security personnel for enhanced protection. So you can also install other measures such as security cameras and motion sensor. You can install motion sensor over here, so anyone crossing this fence will set up an alarm that the perimeter fence has been breached. Video surveillance. So cameras and video surveillance provide a way to monitor and record the property perimeter for intruders and potential attackers. The important point is that they are considered detective physical controls, but their presence may also be a deterrent. So they both act as a detective and as deterrent security control. And how would you know? As we studied in previous slide, based on the context. If you only want to detect the intrusion, let's suppose by the security guards, and then they can prevent the actual intrusion, or you may simply install dummy camera as well to deter any intrusion. So if you only intend to deter someone from entering your facility, you can also only install dummy cameras, and anyone seeing these camera would be deterred from entering the facility. Access badges. So access badges are used for identification and authentication. Access badges verify the identity of individuals entering secured areas, ensuring only authorized personnel are admitted. So by hey, you mean that you have smart cards or smart badges that are integrated with the system and on the doors to prevent unauthorized access. access restriction configurable to allow entry to specific zones based on roles and permission, enhancing security tracking and auditing. So the badge records badge usage. So anyone when entering a facility enters a facility using the badge, his access is recorded and providing logs for monitoring and incident investigation. So later on, if let's suppose there is some incident or theft inside the server room, you can then check the logs that who entered the server room and at which time, and then investigate the incident. Multi-factor integration. So badges can be integrated with pins or biometrics for enhanced security deterrence. So one example of this is that your ATM card, when you use your ATM card, you use both the pin as well as your ATM card. Deterrence, so they act as a visible reminder of security protocol, discouraging unauthorized access. So any facility that require badges for access would deter personnel from entering the facility because of lack of these badges. Lost or stolen badge management. So they can be easily deactivated to prevent misuse if a badge is lost or stolen. Since the badge is integrated with the system, if a badge is stolen or lost, it can be deactivated from the system so that no one can use it to access the facility. Security guards. So security guards are employed 24/7 but could just be present during business or non-business hours, and they fit into multiple security control types. So this is important. They can be detective to only detect intrusion. They are also deterrent. Anyone seeing the security guards would not dare to enter the facility and provide a deterrent. And they can also prevent someone from entering the facility. So security guard basically fits into these three categories. So they can provide, and again, depending upon the context, if you are given a question inside the exam, you should read the context and select the appropriate control type. They can provide rapid security response if an intrusion or incident occurs. Robot sentries are rapidly replacing human in certain scenarios. Lighting. So lighting acts as a deterrence. Well-lit areas discourage unauthorized access and criminal activities by increasing the risk of detection. Visibility. So enhance visibility for security personnel, CCTV cameras, and authorized users to monitor and detect suspicious activities effectively. Access control, so illuminates entry points such as doors, gates, and parking areas to improve monitoring and control of access. Safety, so reduces the accident and hazard for authorized personnel by improving navigation in dark areas. And strategic placement, critical in high-risk zones such as perimeters, pathways, and critical infrastructure areas to enhance overall security. Integration with technology works in conjunction with motion sensors, CCTVs, alarm system for automated threat detection and response. So types of sensor. Multiple sensor can be used to enhance your physical security, and this includes infrared. So infrared detects heat signatures in the form of infrared radiation emitted by people, animals, or objects. It can be integrated into security cameras and alarm system to improve detection capability. So the infrared integrated into security cameras can be used to detect people during night. Pressure sensor, so designed to detect change in pressure on a surface or in a specific area, such as a person walking on a floor or stepping on a mat, and then you can set alarm. Use in access control system to ensure that only authorized individuals can enter. Microwave sensor, so uses microwave technologies to detect movement within a specific area, often used with other types of sensor to reduce false alarms. And the last one is ultrasonic. So ultrasonic sensor emits high frequency sound waves and measures the time it takes for the sound waves to bounce back after hitting an object or surface. Commonly used in parking assistance, robot navigation, and intrusion detection. So let's suppose this this is a facility and you have installed an ultrasonic sensor over here, it emits the waves. So the waves will bounce back from this. Let's suppose there is a door over here from here, and will come back, and this will measure a specific distance. Let's suppose 2 meters. But let's suppose if an intrusion enters the door and comes over here, so now the distance will be reduced, and so the alarm will be set. So how does the ultrasonic alarm or sensors work? So the next topic is deception technologies, including the honeypot and honeynet. So what is honeypot? So honeypot are basically decoy system designed to attract and trap attackers. So these are decoy servers or databases to attract and study the attackers. They mimic real vulnerabilities to lure cyber threats. To lure cyber threat are cyber attackers used to study attackers' techniques and tools. So once inside these decoy systems, the attacker can be studied as to how they unleash their arsenal of cyber tools and how do they compromise the systems so as to better prepare for their attack against the real resources. Provide early warnings for emerging threats. Help organizations improve security defenses. So, what are honey nets? So, a network of interconnected honey pots. So, honeypot, you can say that it is a single network. Honeynet is a combination of honeypots, simulates an entire system environment for attackers, collects comprehensive data on cyber threats, delay and distract attackers from real assets, and use in advanced threat intelligence and research. So these are some of the benefits of the honey nets and honeypots, that it improves understanding of cyber attack patterns, it enhances proactive defense strategies, it reduces risk by identifying vulnerabilities, and it also exhausts the resources and times of the attackers by uh, keeping them busy in these decoy systems and preventing them from compromising the real systems. So the next in the disruption and deception technology is the honey file and honey tokens. So what is honey file? It is a decoy file designed to attract attackers, placed in strategic locations to monitor unauthorized access and triggers alerts when access are modified. And honey token, these are decoy data such as fake credential and API keys embedded in systems or documents to track misuse, and they generate alerts when used, indicating a breach. Is basically provisioning and deprovisioning the user accounts. So what is provisioning and deprovisioning? Provisioning is basically creating user accounts, credentials, and assigning roles and permission for new employees or systems. Automates tasks to ensure consistent application of access policies. For example, setting up access to email, file servers, and business application for new hires or new employees. Deprovisioning is done by revoking access and disabling accounts when employees leave the organization or changes the role. It prevents unauthorized access after employment termination or system deprovisioning. Example include deleting or disabling accounts when a user exits the organization. Permission assignments and implications. So principle of least privilege or POLP. What does this mean? It means assigning only the minimum permissions necessary for users to perform their tasks, role-based access control. So assigning permission based on user roles, simplifying management and improving security. Implications of over-privileged accounts. So increased risks of data breaches, insider threats, or misuse of sensitive system. So if you provide access permission or you have over privileged accounts, its implication include the data breaches, insider threats, or misuse of the sensitive system. Example include granting the HR staff access to payroll data but not IT system configurations. So this is the limited privilege or assigning privilege as per their roles. What is identity proofing? It is the process of verifying an individual's identity before granting access to systems or resources. Methods include document verification, which includes checking government issued IDs, for example, passport or licenses. Knowledge-based authentication, which include using personal question for identity verification, and biometric verification, which involves scanning fingerprints or facial recognition. Importance of this step is that it ensures that only legitimate users are provisions with accounts, reducing risk of identity fraud or impersonation. Examples include requiring new users to complete multi-factor authentication during onboarding. So what is the single sign-on or SSO? So SSO allows user to log in once and gain access to multiple systems, applications, or resources without needing to re-authenticate. For example, you have these multiple application or systems, so instead of the user needing to provide credential for each system, what does the user do? The user has this SSO account, and using this SSO account the user log in once and then has the access to all the systems. So it is of a very convenient to user because user does not have to remember all these credentials and passwords. So it enhances user convenience and security by reducing the need for multiple credentials. Lightweight Directory Access Protocol or LDAP. LDAP is a protocol used to access and manage directory services over a network. What is the LDAP role in SSO? So it provides a centralized directory of user information for authentication and authorization, and it works as the backend for SSO by verifying user credentials against the directory. Example include authenticating users in a corporate environment using Microsoft Active Directory, which is an LDAP based service. So these are some methods of the SSO, including the open authorization or OAuth. So OAuth is an open standard for token-based authorization, enabling secure access to resources without sharing credentials. And what is OAuth role in the SSO? So it facilitates delegated access by allowing users to log in via third-party services, for example, Google, Facebook. So what does this mean? It means that you have the credential of Google and Facebook, and using these credentials you can log into other application or other websites, and because these application or these site has trust relationship with the Facebook or Google. Ensure security by issuing access tokens for session management. Example include logging into an application using your Google account without sharing your password. So when you log into this application, you are using your Google credential. You do not share your Google account password with this application. Rather than access tokens are generated and used. This is the process of how this the OAuth process works. Security Assertion Markup Language or SAML. So SAML is an XML-based standard for exchanging authentication and authorization data between identity providers and service providers. And its role in SSO is that it enables federated SSO by allowing users to authenticate once with an identity provider and access multiple service providers. And it transports user credential securely via assertions. Example include accessing cloud-based application, for example, Salesforce, Microsoft 365 using your organization's SSO portal. Interoperability. So interoperability basically refers to the ability of different systems, applications, and technology to work together and exchange information seamlessly. And what is the importance of interoperability in identity and access management context? It ensures compatibility between various identity providers, service providers, and protocols. It facilitates single sign-on, SSO, identity federation, and secure communication across platforms. Key factor: use of open standards like SAML, OAuth, and OpenID Connect, and compatibility between on-premises and cloud-based systems. Example include allowing an organization's Active Directory to integrate with cloud services like AWS or Azure. With cloud services, example include allowing an organization's Active Directory to integrate with cloud services like AWS or Azure. So, what does this mean? That it means you have an Active Directory over here, and of course you have user accounts and credential registered and stored in this Active Directory. So instead of creating all the user or cloud where you are using some services, you can integrate this Active Directory using the protocols such as SAML, OAuth, and OpenID with these cloud services. And then you can use the same credential to access these cloud services. Attestation. So attestation is the process of verifying and validating the identity, credentials, or compliance of a system, user, or device. And the identity and access management context, it confirms that user or systems meet security requirements before granting access. It includes reviewing and approving permissions or roles assigned to users. And what are some type of attestation? First is the user attestation, which validates user identity or roles, and the device attestation ensures devices comply with security policies before access. Example include a user must validate their identity via multi-factor authentication using during onboarding or an annual review of access permissions to ensure compliance. So what is it's important in identity and access management? We are talking about the importance of interoperability and attestation. So interoperability enables seamless and secure collaboration between diverse systems, enhancing user experience and operational efficiency. While the attestation reduces risk by ensuring only verified and compliant users and devices access sensitive systems or data. So now some access control and some access control types. First one is the mandatory access control or MAC, which is the access that is determined by strict policies set by the organization and cannot be modified by the user. Or you can say that they are not at the discretion of user as opposed to the DEC or discretionary access control. Its characteristic includes that it has a centralized control. It uses security classification, for example, confidential, top secret, secret, etc. User and resources have predefined security labels. Example include a military system where only individuals with top secret clearance can access sensitive files. Another access control system is the DAC or discretionary access control, which is the access that is determined and managed by the resource owner, or you can say that it is at the discretion of the resource owner, which decides who can access their resources. And the characteristics of DAC include that it is flexible but potentially less secure. It is flexible because the owner can grant access to whichever user or groups he or she wants. But again, it is also less secure because the owner may grant some user the access which are not authorized to access this object, or the owner may grant excessive rights to the users. Access permissions can be shared or modified by the owner. So the owner has the complete authority to change the permission or grant the permission or remove the permission to this specific object or resource. Example include a file owner grants read-write permissions to specific colleagues on a shared drive. Another access control system is the RBAC or role-based access control, which is access control system that is assigned based on the roles of users within an organization, and its characteristics include that roles are linked to job function. For example, you may say that we have an HR role, a finance role, an admin role, etc. It simplifies permission management. Example including finance team member automatically receives access to payroll software. So you have defined the role. For example, this is an admin role. So any user that is given this role has automatically access to all the resources which are granted access to this admin role. So it is easy to manage because you do not need to manage the permission or access for individual user. Instead, it is managed through this role, and any user that is given this role has automatic access to all the resources. Rule-based access control, which is access that is determined by a set of predefined rules, often based on conditions like time, IP address, or actions. Characteristics include it enforces dynamic control based on environment or context. Example, a rule that denies access to a VPN if the user's IP address is from an unauthorized region. Another access control is the attribute-based access control, or ABAC, which is access that is granted based on user's attribute, for example, department, role, or clearance, and resource attribute, for example, sensitivity or location. Characteristics include it is highly granular and flexible, and the policies are dynamic and context aware. Example include a policy that allows access to HR files only to users in the HR department and during office hours. So this airbag, as we see, it is more complex because it takes input from multiple sources and multiple attributes, and then we have the authorization engine that decides upon these criteria whether to permit or deny the access. So time of day restriction is basically limiting user access to specific times of the day or week. Characteristic, it enhances security by reducing access outside regular working hours. Example include preventing non-critical system access between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. Multi-factor authentication. So what is MFA? MFA requires user to verify their identity using two or more independent factors from different categories to increase security. It protects system from unauthorized access by requiring multiple layer of validation. So how to implement the MFA? So we have the biometrics, which uses unique physical or behavioral characteristics for authentication. Example of biometric include fingerprint scanning, facial recognition, retina scan, or voice recognition. And advantages include that it is difficult to forge and provides a strong authentication factor. Another authentication factor is the hard or soft authentication tokens. So what are the hard tokens? They are physical devices, for example, this one, such as smart cards or key fobs that generate or store credentials. Example, a time-based one-time password that is TOTP generator, such as this one. Soft token includes software-based credential delivered via app or devices. Example include the Google Authentication or Authy. Secure keys. So these are the physical devices compliant with standard like FIDO2 or U2F used to verify identity. Example include YubiKeys, USB or NFC based keys. Advantages include it is resistant to phishing and man-in-the-middle attacks. So now some factors in the multi-factor authentication. So these are different factors that can be used in the multi-factor authentication. The first one is something you know. So it is the information that only the user knows. For example, the password, pins, or security questions. And its weakness is that it is vulnerable to guessing or theft. So your password or your pins or security question can be guessed or can be hacked by the hackers. Second one is the something you have. So it is basically a physical item in the user's possession, such as the key fobs as we saw in the previous slides. Example includes smartphones, smart cards, or token, and its strength is that it requires physical theft for the compromise. And the next one is the something you are, which is the unique biological characteristics of the user. An example include fingerprints, facial features, and iris patterns. And its strength is that it is extremely hard to replicate or forge. So the fingerprint are unique to each user, and they are very hard to replicate or to steal them. And the last one is, or another one is the somewhere you are, which is the geographic or network based location of the user or the device. An example include that access granted based on the IP address, GPS, or Wi-Fi location. Use cases include denying access if a user's location deviates from expected parameters. So the summary of MFA is that MFA combines factors. As we saw the four factors, so different factors can be combined. Minimum may be two, they may be more. So enhances security by requiring at least two independent factors. Effective implementation. So balance user convenience and security using suitable technology, for example, biometrics, tokens, or security keys. And factors reduce risk. So even if one factor is compromised, other layers prevent unauthorized access. What are password best practices? So these are some best password secure or best practices. First one is the length. So it is longer the password, the more secure they are, as they are harder to crack. And best practice is to use password with a minimum length of 12 to 16 characters. Second factor is the complexity. So it includes a mix of uppercase letters, lowercase letters, numbers, and special characters. And best practice is to avoid predictable patterns and include varied character types. Third best practice is the reuse, which is the using the same password for multiple accounts, which is a security threat because it increases the vulnerability. If the password is compromised, your multiple account will be compromised. And the best practice is to avoid reusing password for multiple accounts and creating unique password for each account. Expiration. So definition is the periodically changing password to prevent prolonged unauthorized access. What does this mean? That if your password is compromised and you don't change it or it does not expire, the hacker or the intruder will have the prolonged unauthorized access. So best practice is to implement password expiration policies, but ensure they don't encourage weak or repetitive patterns. Password age is the time a password has been in use before it is changed. So the best practice is to balance between security and usability. So avoid forcing changes too frequently. Password managers. So these are the software tools that store, generate, and manage complex passwords securely. Benefits of the password manager include that it eliminates the need to remember multiple passwords. It ensures strong, unique passwords for each account, and it offers secure storage with encryption. What is the passwordless authentication? These are the authentication methods that eliminate the need for traditional passwords. Example include the biometrics, so fingerprints and facial recognition, security token, hardware-based or app-based one-time codes, and push notification which approve login requests via mobile devices. Advantages include improved user experience and reduces the password-related vulnerabilities like phishing. Summary. So some of the best practices of password include the using the required length of the password, using required complexity, uniqueness while balancing the expiration policies. Tool, you should use the password managers to enhance security and convenience. And future of authentication is transitioning to passwordless methods, which improve security and user experience. So now privileged access management tools or PAM tools. These are include just-in-time permissions. So just-in-time permission basically grants elevated access rights only when needed and revokes them automatically after the task is completed or after a certain period of time. Benefit include that it reduces exposure to sensitive systems and minimizes risk of privilege abuse or compromise. Example include a system administrator gets temporary access to modify network settings during a maintenance window. What is password vaulting? So it securely stores and manages password privileged accounts credential in an encrypted vault. Benefits include centralized password storage, allows secure access to shared accounts without revealing the password, and facilitates audit logging to track credential usage. Example include a PAM tool or privileged access management tool stores and autofills password for administrator accounts without exposing them to users. What are ephemeral credentials? Ephemeral credentials, so these are temporary credentials generated for specific sessions or tasks which expire automatically after use. Benefit include it reduces risk of long-term credential exposure and it prevents reuse of compromised credential. Example include cloud providers issue short-lived API tokens for accessing resources which are valid only for a few hours. Summary, so the PAM tool or privileged access management tool, it enhances security by restricting and controlling access to privileged accounts, and its key features include just-in-time permissions, secure password storage, and short. So now DLP, that is the data loss prevention. So DLP or data loss prevention refers to tools and strategies used to protect sensitive data from unauthorized access, accidental exposure, or malicious exfiltration. The purpose is to ensure sensitive data stays within the organization boundaries. It helps comply with regulatory standards, for example, GDPR and HIPAA, and it prevents data breaches caused by human error, malware, or insider threats. Key features include first the data classification, so it identifies and characterizes sensitive data, for example, personally identifiable information and financial records. Content inspection, then it monitors and analyzes data in motion. For example, network traffic at rest, that is data stored inside the storage, and in use, that is data actively used by the endpoints. The policy enforcement, which is the next step after the monitoring, which blocks or encrypts data transfer that violates predefined security policies, and alerts and reporting notifies administrators of potential data leaks and provides logs for audits. Example include preventing employees from sending sensitive files, for example, customer data via personal email, and blocking unauthorized USB devices from transferring critical files. Monitoring could upload monitoring cloud uploads monitoring cloud uploads to detect and stop unapproved sharing of confidential information. So if some of your employees tries to monitor data to the cloud, for example, the Google Drive or other cloud storage, DLP can be used to monitor these uploads and prevent any sensitive data upload to the cloud storage. Network access control, another security solution, which is basically a security solution that regulates and manages device access to network based on security policies, ensuring that only authorized and compliant devices can connect. Purpose is that it ensures security. It restricts network access to only devices that meet security standards. Compliance enforcement, so it helps enforce compliance with regulatory requirement, for example HIPAA, PCI DSS, and it prevents unauthorized access. It protects the network from unauthorized devices or those with the vulnerabilities. So the key features of the NAC includes the authentication, which is the verification of the identity of devices and users before granting them access inside the network. Compliance checking, which ensures that devices meet predefined security policies such as antivirus status or operating system patch level. So this means that let's suppose a user have a window, let's suppose endpoint or PC that wants to connect to the network. So the NAC can check whether the antivirus software is up to date and whether the operating system has the security patches applied. Access control, it grants access based on security posture, allowing full, restricted, or guest access. And the policy enforcement, it enforces the rules for network access, such as limiting access to certain resources or quarantine for non-compliant devices. For example, if the device has outdated antivirus, or the operating system has security patches not applied, it can quarantine the device. Example include restricting access to corporate network for devices that lack updated antivirus software or security patches, enforcing strict access policies for BYOD or bring your own device to ensure that only compliant devices can connect to the network, and using NAC to segment the network, limiting guest or unsecured devices. Now, some endpoint detection and response, that is EDR, and extended detection and response, that is XDR. So, what is EDR or endpoint detection and response? EDR is a security solution designed to monitor, detect, and respond to suspicious activities and threats on endpoints. For example, laptops, desktop, or mobile devices. And its purpose is that it provides continuous monitoring, real time protection, investigation capabilities, and automated responses to security incidents at the endpoint level. Key features include real time monitoring, it constantly monitors endpoint activity for signs of malicious behavior, And threat detection, it identifies anomalies, malware, and suspicious behavior such as unusual file modification or unauthorized access. So, incident response, it allows security teams to investigate, isolate, and remediate threats. And data collection, it gathers endpoint data for analysis and forensic investigation. Example include detecting and blocking ransomware on a user's workstation based on abnormal file encryption behavior. After EDR, we have the XDR, that is extended detection and response, which is an advanced security solution that integrates data from multiple security layers, for example, endpoints, network, cloud, and server, to provide a broader and more effective response to threats. Purpose is that it expands on EDR by providing a holistic view of threat across an entire network, improving detection, investigation, and response capabilities. And the key features of XDR include that it has the cross layer visibility, which means that it integrates multiple data sources to detect threats across the entire IT environment. Automated response, it uses AI and machine learning to provide automated responses to threats across various systems. Centralized management, it centralizes threat detection and response, making it easier for security teams to manage and prioritize incidents. And threat correlation, it correlates events from different layers to provide context and improve accuracy of threat detection. Example include correlating unusual behavior on an endpoint with suspicious network activity, identifying a coordinated attack, and taking automated actions to mitigate it. So now some comparison of the EDR and XDR. So the first comparison point is the scope. So EDR focuses primarily on endpoint level protection, while the XDR extends protection across endpoints, network, cloud environment, and servers for broader coverage. So XDR has a larger scope. Response, EDR is more endpoint specific, responding to threats on individual devices, while XDR provides a more integrated and automated response across multiple layers of security. And objective 2.2 is given a scenario, configure and apply basic Microsoft operating system security settings. The first one is the Defender antivirus. And the functionality of the antivirus is that how you can activate and deactivate the Defender antivirus. So for activation or deactivation, you will need to go to setting, then privacy and security, Windows security, and then virus and threat protection. So you need to ensure that Microsoft Defender antivirus is turned on for real-time protection. And if you are using a third-party antivirus, Defender may automatically deactivate. So you can use both the Defender and the third-party antivirus as well. Next important factor is to update the definition regularly. So in virus and threat protection, click check for updates. Under virus and threat protection updates, ensure the latest malware signatures are installed. It can also be updated via Windows Update or with the command mpcmd run.exe command line tool. So next security setting inside Windows is Windows own powerful firewall. So how you can activate or activate the firewall, you need to know to go to control panel, then system and security, Windows Defender firewall, and then turn on or off the Windows Defender firewall. So it is also very important for the optimum security that you keep the Windows Defender firewall on. So recommendation is to keep the firewall always on for all network profiles. So there are three profiles inside your network, that is domain, private, and public. we will talk about these three profiles in a while. So next is the port security inside this firewall. So you need to open Windows Defender firewall with advanced security, and then you can create inbound or outbound rules to allow or block traffic on specific ports. For example, if you want to block the unsecure or plain text communication via Telenet, you can block the port 23, which is used by Telenet. You can also configure application security inside firewall. So when an application tries to communicate, Windows firewall prompts you to either allow or block it. So you can manually configure rules to restrict which application can use the network and RAM. Next topic is the user and groups. So we have two type of user. User may be either local or the Microsoft Online account. So local accounts are credentials stored directly on your own PC, and they are used for offline sign-ins. For example, you may configure an account user one inside your PC if your PC name is John PC. On the other hand, Microsoft account uses email, for example, user at outlook.com, which is linked to Microsoft Cloud services such as OneDrive that can be used to store and sync settings. So the Microsoft account is better for multi-device access. For example, if you have multiple devices, you can use the Microsoft Online account, and you can turn on the sync settings so your data across all devices and the cloud data in OneDrive will be synced and same across all the devices. Next is the standard account. So standard account has limited privileges. You cannot install software or modify system settings, but it is good for daily use and for your children or for the employees, so that they cannot perform some administrative task, and thus this account reduces the risk to the system. Next is the administrator account, which has more power. So this has full control over the system. You can install, uninstall program using this account, change the security settings, and create new users. And it should be protected with a strong password and used sparingly. So in routine, if not required, you should use the standard account. And when required, for example, for installing a new program, only then you should use the administrator account. Next is the guest user. So guest user provides a temporary access with very limited permissions. And using the guest account, you cannot install application or change system settings. So guest account is disabled by default in modern Windows version due to security risks. Next is the power user. So the power user is the middle ground between the standard account and the administrating. What does it? This means that it has more privileges than the standard, but less than the administrator account. So using the power account, you can install software and change some system settings, but not as unrestricted as administrator. Using an administrator account, you can do anything and everything. So this power user account was more common in older Windows versions such as Windows XP and 7, and it is now mostly deprecated in favor of custom groups. It means that it is no longer used in newer version of Windows such as Windows 10 and Windows 11. So what are some login operating system options? How you can log in inside your operating system using different methods. First one is the username and the password, the traditional method. So this was the traditional login method that was used in all the Windows operating system, and it is stored locally, or this account can also be created and used through Active Directory or Azure AD. So you need to use strong and unique password for this type account if you are using password and username. Next is the using the personal identification number or PIN to log in inside the OS. So PIN is a short numeric or alphanumeric code which is can be set using Windows Hello, and it is more secure than the password because it's a device specific, not transmitted over the network. What does this mean? This means that it is local over the inside your PC and it is not transmitted over the network. So it can be used for faster login and daily use. Next login option is the fingerprint. So this is the biometric authentication using a fingerprint sensor, and it is more secure because it relies on a unique physical trait. It means that unlike the password, which can be used by anyone, the fingerprint trait are unique to a specific individual, and only that individual can log into the system. So it requires a compatible hardware. It means that your system, for example, if you have a mobile phone or if you have a laptop, it must have the fingerprint scanner capability. Next is the another biometric, which is facial recognition. This one uses the built-in camera with the Windows Hello Face. So it is again quick and hand-free authentication, mean you do not use the keypad or trackpad. It is hands-free, and it requires an infrared camera for secure detection. Next is the single sign-on or SSO. So this allows one login to access multiple services, for example, Microsoft 365 application and Azure AD resources. So the single sign-on SSO reduces the password fatigue and improves user experience. What does this mean? This means that let's suppose if you have 5 applications using the SSO, you do not need to use password for each of these application. You do not need to remember 5 password. You can log in once and then you can use all the 5 applications. So it reduces the password fatigue, and it is often paired with enterprise identity solutions. So next login option is the passwordless or Windows Hello. The passwordless means that it uses either PIN, fingerprint, or facial recognition instead of a password. So it enhances security by avoiding stored or shared password, and it is supported in both consumer accounts such as Microsoft account and enterprise environments through Azure AD. So what are some key points for exam or your professional life? So you need to use Windows Hello if you can, such as PIN, facial, and fingerprint recognition for passwordless and secure logins. What does this mean? This means that using these login methods are more secure than the password. So if you need to use these if possible. SSO single sign-on is critical in enterprise setups for ease and security, and passwords are still common but weakest if not managed properly. So next is the NTFS versus share permissions. So the NTFS permissions are set on local NTFS formatted drive, and they can be used to control access locally as well as remotely to the NTFS formatted drives, and they can be applied to both individual files as well as folders. And these permissions include read, write, modify, full control, list folder contents, and read and execute. So they are more granular and detailed and can be applied to individual files as well. Next type of permission types are share permissions. So these are set on a folder when the folder is shared over a network, and they can be applied to network access only, not locally. So there are 3 basic levels of the share permissions. First is the read, which enable the user to view files and folder. Next is the change, which enable the read, add, edit, and delete permissions. And the last one is the full control, which include all the permission, including these permission as well as modifying the permission. So these share permissions are less granular than the NTFS permission. So there are two major differences between these two. First one is that NTFS is more granular than the share permission. Granular means that you can apply these permissions on individual files as well. Share permission can only be applied to folder. Next is that the share permissions are applied to folder that are shared over the network, while the NTFS permission are applied on local drives. So what will be the combined effect if we apply both these permissions? So the combined effect will be when both are applied, the most restrictive permission wins. For example, if we apply the NTFS permission of modify and the share permission of read, then the user only gets to read because the read permission are more restrictive than the modify. So some file and folder attributes. So read only means viewer can only read the file or folder and cannot modify, it prevents modification. Hidden file and folder permission means that file and folder are not visible by default. Archive means that the file and or folder are marked for backup. And system means that the file or folder are used by the operating system and should not be modified. So attributes can be viewed or changed in file property or with the attrib command. So what is the inheritance? So permission assigned to a parent folder are automatically inherited by a child object, which may be files or subfolders. So inheritance can be disabled, as we are seeing over here. Inheritance can be disabled. So when you right click on folder, go to property, security, advanced tab, and then you can disable the inheritance. So it is useful for consistent permission across directories, but can be overridden for specific files and folders. So what are some key points for exam and your practical professional experience? That you need to use the NTFS permission because they are more granular and give you the precise control. You share permission only when you share file or folder over the network. And remember that most restrictive permissions are applied when both NTFS and share permissions are combined. So inheritance saves time but must be managed carefully in sensitive folders. Run as administrator versus standard users. So what is a standard user? Standard user can run applications, change personal settings, but not system-wide configurations. And standard user cannot install or uninstall most of the software. While the run as administrator grants elevated privileges temporarily. For example, when you right click on a specific file and use the run as administrator option. So it is needed for installing software, changing system settings, or modifying protected files. So what is the best practice? Best practice is to use the standard user for your daily routine work and elevate to run as administrator only when necessary, which is the principle of least privilege. Next topic is the user account control UAC. So this is a feature that prompts before application or user makes system level changes, and it prevents malware from silently installing application. So levels include from always notify, which is most secure, to never notify, which is least secure. Next topic is the bit locker. So bit locker can be used for full disk encryption. It is a tool inside Windows for full disk encryption. And remember, this tool is only available in the Pro and Enterprise edition of Windows. It is not available inside the Home edition of or version of Windows. So it encrypts the entire OS drive to protect data if device is stolen, and it uses the TPM chip or USB key for unlocking. So either you can use the TPM chip that is included inside your workstation, or you can use external USB key for unlocking your drive depending upon your environment and requirement. What is then BitLocker to go? So BitLocker to go is an extension of BitLocker for removable drive. For example, USB and external hard disk drives, and it protects the portable storage with encryption. So you can use BitLocker to go to encrypt your portable drives. Encrypting file system or EFS. So files, this provides EFS provides file and folder level encryption, but for NTFS volumes only, and it is user specific. So only the account that encrypted a specific file or folder is authorized to access it. So unlike BitLocker, it does not encrypt the whole drive. So this is the main distinction, that BitLocker let you encrypt the whole drive, while the EFS or encrypting file system can be used to encrypt individual files and folders. Our next topic is the Active Directory. So Active Directory is a centralized directory service for managing users, computers, and policies in a specific domain. So joining a domain, so device authenticates against a domain controller. So if you want a device or a workstation to a domain, it must be authenticated against the domain controller using the domain controller account. So it can be done via system properties, computer name, and then you can change the domain to the whatever domain you want the computer to join. Assigning login scripts. So these are the scripts that run when a user logs into the domain. For example, it can be used to map drive to specific user or available specific printer to that user. So this can be done through login script, and these scripts can be configured in user properties within AD or through group policy. Moving objects within OU or organizational units. So OU groups user. These are the groups of users. For example, you can make OU of, let's suppose, account department, where all the user from account department will be inside this specific OU. Computer or resources logically. So moving objects allows applying different policies to different groups. So you can move objects, that is user and computers, within different OU. Next is assigning home folder. So each user gets a personal network folder for file storage, and it can be configured in user account properties, which is AD users and computers. Next property is the applying group policies or GPO. So it is used to enforce security and configuration settings across users and computers. For example, you can apply password policy, desktop restrictions, or software deployment. Next is selecting security groups. So security groups are used to assign permission. For example, file access and printer access. So these can be applied to specific user and OUs. For example, domain admins, power users, and standard users. Next is the configuring folder redirection. So redirects user folder. For example, documents, desktop to a network location. Ensure files are backed up and accessible across devices. So what are some takeaway for your exam or practice? So BitLocker is used for full drive encryption, and remember it uses the TPM chip, which is a security chip inside your computer, while the EFS encrypting file system is used for individual and folder encryption. That is the main difference between BitLocker and EFS. Standard user plus user account control improves security by limiting the privileges. How? You can use standard user for your daily routine work, and if you want some elevated privileges, for example, installing an application, you can temporarily elevate your privileges to administrator by using the run as administrator feature. So Active Directory provides centralized management using organizational units, group policy objects, scripts, and groups. So folder redirection plus home folder are used for better data security and central storage. Objective 2.3, compare and contrast wireless security protocols and authentication methods. So the first one, wireless protection method, is the Wi-Fi protected access 2 or WPA2. So the WPA2 uses encryption. It uses AES CCMP, which is a strong encryption, or it can also use the legacy TKIP, which is weak but is used for backward compatibility. So WPA2 can use two type of encryption, either AES-CCMP, which is strong and is preferred, or the legacy encryption method TKIP, which is weak but is sometimes used for backward compatibility. Next is the security level. So the security level of WPA2 is strong but is vulnerable to brute force and crack attacks. So use case of WPA2, it is still widely deployed but being phased out by the newer version WPA3, which is stronger than WPA2 and is not susceptible or vulnerable to brute force attacks. So next is the WPA3, Wi-Fi Protected Access 3, and this one uses the encryption used by WPA3 is AES GCMP, which is stronger than WPA2's AES GCMP. And the authentication method used by WPA3 is SAE, simultaneous authentication of equals, instead of PSK, which is pre-shared key. So remember, WPA3 uses SAE or simultaneous authentication of equals for authentication, while the previously or traditionally the authentication method was PSK or pre-shared key. And security level is much stronger against dictionary and brute force attacks. So use case for WPA3 is that it is the modern standard and required for Wi-Fi certified devices since 2020. So what is Temporal Key Integrity Protocol or TKIP? So this is a legacy encryption algorithm which was used in WPA or WPA1, and its security is weak because it relies on RC4 stream fiber, which is vulnerable to multiple attacks, and its current status is that it is deprecated and insecure, and it should not be used in modern world networks. Next is the AES or Advanced Encryption Standard. So this is a symmetric block cipher encryption, and its strength is that it is considered highly secure, and it is used by WPA2 and WPA3 and also in government and military systems. So modes of AES used in Wi-Fi. First one is the CCMP, which is counter mode with CBC-MAC, and it is used by WPA2. Next is the GCMP, which is Galios counter mode, and it is used in WPA3, which is much stronger and faster than the CCMP. So a quick comparison table of different standards and encryption methods. So WPA2 uses AES-CCMP, which is preferred one, or the legacy TKIP. It is strong when used with AES but weak with TKIP, and it is still common but aging and being phased out by WPA3. So WPA3 uses AES-GCMP, and for authentication it uses SAE, which is simultaneous authentication of equals. So it is the strongest, and it is resistant to brute force and dictionary attacks, and it is the current standard. TKIP uses RC4 stream fiber, which is weak and easily cracked, and it is deprecated and no longer used. While AES is the block cipher encryption method, and it uses CCMP or GCMP, and it is very strong and current industry standard. So some key takeaways for exam or your professional practice. So TKIP is legacy and insecure and should be avoided for use in modern day networks. AES is secure encryption standard and is used in modern day networks. WPA2 Wi-Fi standard is still common but aging and is replaced by WPA3. And WPA3 is the modern strongest Wi-Fi standard with and is used with SAE authentication, which is simultaneous authentication of equals, and AES encryption, AES-GCMP. So you need not to worry to know all the details of what does this GCMP stands for and how does it work. You only need to remember that WPA3 uses GCMP while WPA2 uses CCMP, and that GCMP is the current and stronger than CCMP. Coming over to some authentication methods, and the first one is the remote authentication dial-in user service or radius. So the purpose of this authentication method is that it gives centralized authentication, authorization, and accounting, that is AAA for remote access. And the protocol used by Radius is that it uses UDP, specifically ports 1812 and 1830. Or in legacy version, it uses 1645 as 1646 ports number. Use case is that Wi-Fi enterprise network. It is used in Wi-Fi enterprise network for VPNs and remote dial-in connection. And its strengths are that it is scalable and it integrates with Active Directory or LDAP, that is lightweight directory access protocol. Next authentication method is the TechX Plus, which is Terminal Access Controller Access Control System Plus. So again, its purpose is AAA protocol developed by Cisco, and it is more granular than Radius. So AAA, as we studied, authentication, authorization, and accounting. And as opposed to Radius, which used UDP, TechX Plus uses TCP and it uses port 49. Use case is it is used for network devices administration and authentication, such as routers, switches, and firewalls. And strength are that it separates authentication, authorization, and accounting, and it encrypts the entire payload when transferred over the network and is more secure than the Radius. So Radius only encrypts the username and passwords, while the TechX Plus, it encrypts the entire payload. That is the main difference. Second is that it separates authentication, authorization, and accounting as opposed to Radius. And while Radius uses UDP, TechX Plus uses TCP. Next is the Kerberos. So Kerberos is again an authentication protocol used inside trusted local environments, particularly for Microsoft domains, and it uses tickets and a key distribution center or KDC for mutual authentication. Use cases include Windows Active Directory logins and enterprise SSO or single sign-on. Kerberos strengths include that it prevents credential replay attacks with timestamp tickets. So I think the three-headed dogs mean that the Kerberos basically stands for or means these three-headed dogs in some mythology. I don't remember. That's why this picture. Multi-factor authentication or MFA. So MFA purpose is that it requires two or more factors for authentication. What does this mean? This means that if you use your username and password to log in, so this is one factor. And if with this you also use your smartphone where a code is sent to your smartphone, then you have combined another factor. This is now two-factor or multi-factor. So what are some factors that can be used in MFA? The factor types include something you know, such as the password or the PIN. These are the things that you remember and know. Second factor is something you have, such as your smart card, token, or phone, as I gave this example. And third one is the something you are, which is your fingerprint, your face ID through facial recognition system, maybe your voice, etc. So use cases of MFA include for online accounts, VPN access, and enterprise-based logins. And its strength include that it strongly reduces the risk of unauthorized access, because when you use one factor such as password, it can be easily guessed or it can be hacked. But MFA is more secure and difficult to hack. Even if one factor is compromised, let's suppose if your password is compromised, the second factor, let's suppose fingerprint, is still there and your account is still not completely compromised. Again, a quick comparison table of different authentication methods. So Radius uses protocol UDP. It is best for remote access and Wi-Fi enterprise environments. And its strength include that it is centralized and scalable. TechX Plus uses protocol TCP, and it is mainly used for network devices administration. And its strength include full payload encryption and more granular control of the AAA, that is authentication, authorization, and accounting. Kerberos use ticket-based protocol, that is key distribution center. It is used in Windows Active Directory and enterprise SSO environments. And its strength is that it provides strong mutual authentication. Mutual authentication means that authentication of both client as well as the server. So the server and client both authenticate each other. MFA is that it uh, may use multiple and different protocols. It can be used for any system logins, and it provides multi-layer and multi-factor security. So what are some key takeaways for your exam and your professional practice? So Radius is mainly used in Wi-Fi networks and for VPN remote access. TechX Plus is used for network devices control, such as Cisco devices, and for admins accounts. Kerberos is used inside Windows AD authentication as well as SSO environment, while multi-factor authentication is strongest in practice and it combines multiple authentication factors. So objective 2.4 summarize types of malware and tools, methods for their detection, removal, and prevention. So types of malware, and the first type is Trojan. So Trojan is disguised as a legitimate software. For example, it may look like a game, but at the back end, it delivers malicious payload. So prevention include to do not download applications from untrusted sources or untrusted application and use the anti-malware and antivirus software. So if you have seen the movie Troy, then you must understand this wooden horse which was used to transport the fighters and soldiers inside the castle. So that's why this malware is named after this Trojan horse. So on the front, it looked like a beautiful wooden horse, but inside the belly of this horse, there were fighters and soldiers that were transported inside the castle. And once inside, they just came out of this horse and attacked the castle and opened the door of the castle. Next is the rootkit. So rootkit basically hides deep inside the operating system kernel, and it uses the OS and kernel to maintain its control and evade the detection. So how to detect and remove the rootkit? So there are specialized rootkit scanners, and the reinstallation of operating system is also one of the methods to remove the rootkit malware. Next is the virus. The virus attaches itself to files and programs and spreads to other devices when these files reaches those devices. And prevention is to keep your antivirus software updated and avoid unknown file attachment. Next malware type is the spyware, which secretly monitors your activity. For example, it logs your keystrokes or your browsing data. And detection and removal include anti-spyware tools and periodic scans of your workstation. Next is the ransomware. So the ransomware malware basically encrypts your files inside workstation, and the hackers then demands payment in return for the encryption key. Prevention includes taking regular backup of your data, patching your system, and using strong endpoint protection tools. Next is the keylogger. So the keylogger basically records your keyboard keystrokes, and thus it steals your credential. The credential may include your username, password, your credit card credential, etc. How to detect and remove the keylogger? It can be done through anti-malware tools and monitoring suspicious processes. Next is the boot sector virus. So these infects master boot record or MBR and loads when the operating system is booted. Removal includes using bootable antivirus software or operating system reinstallation. Next is the crypto miner or crypto jacking. So this type of malware hijacks your system resources to mine the cryptocurrency. Resources means your CPU and your RAM mainly. So detection include if your PC has high CPU and GPU usage, it includes that there may be crypto miner and some unusual processes running inside your workstation. Prevention include using endpoint security and protecting your browser. Next is the stalkware. So these type of malware tracks user location, user messages, and calls, and it is often used by abusive partner in their abusive relationships. Detection and prevention include using mobile security applications and reviewing your already installed application and to avoid side loading. Side loading means, for example, if you are using Android, side loading means installing software or applications from sources other than Play Store. So you should always install application and software from the official vendor application Play Store. Next is the fileless malware. So these type of malware basically runs in the memory without leaving files on disk. So this uses the PowerShell or WMI. Detection include behavioral analysis, endpoint detection, and response tool, that is EDR. Prevention include limiting the script execution on your workstation and patching your system regularly. So what is the adware? So adware is a software that automatically displays or downloads unwanted advertisements, and it has the impact that it slows down the system, creates unnecessary pop-ups, and breaks your browsing habits. And detection and removal include using anti-malware and anti-adware tools and using browser cleanup utilities. Prevention include to avoid free software bundles and use reputable application stores. What is potentially unwanted program or PUP? So these are the software that is not outright malicious but is intrusive, bundled, or not clearly wanted. For example, toolbars, trailware, and trackers. And it has the impact that it wastes your PC resources and may compromise your privacy and can open doors to real malware. Detection and removal include using security software often flags them and it can be manually removed via application and features inside Windows. Prevention include reading the installation prompts carefully and opting out of any bundled software. So now coming over to some detection, removal, and prevention tools and methods. So these include the recovery console, which is a command line recovery environment inside legacy Windows recovery console, and modern it is Windows recovery environment. And it is used to repair your boot issues, restore system file, or access recovery tools when operating system would not boot. Another method or tool is the endpoint detection and response, that is EDR. So this monitors endpoint activity such as your PC and servers for suspicious behavior, and it provides detection, investigation, and automated response. So it is strong against fileless malware and advanced threats. Another method is the MDR, which is managed detection and response. It is a method to outsource your security service, for example, SOC as a service. So you can outsource your SOC to a third party, and that third party has experts that monitor threats 24/7 using different EDR like tools. And this option is good for organization without in-house SOC or other security tools or other resources for their in-house monitoring. So what is extended detection and response, that is XDR? So this is next generation detection platform that integrate across endpoints, networks, cloud, and email, and it provides an unified view for faster response and threat correlation. Next is the antivirus. So antivirus detects and removes known viruses and basic malware via signature-based scanning. Example of antivirus include the Windows Defender antivirus. Anti-malware. So anti-malware is broader than the antivirus, and it targets the spyware, ransomware, adware, and Trojan. And the anti-malware software often include the heuristic and behavioral analysis. Next is the email security gateway. So the email security gateway basically filters your inbound and outbound email for spam, phishing, and malware, and it blocks malicious links, attachments, and spoofing attempts. Software firewall basically monitors and control network traffic on endpoints, and it can block malicious applications or ports, for example, through your Windows Defender firewall. User education, that is human layer security. So it is the user are basically the common or the weakest point inside the organization. So giving user the common threat awareness, for example, about phishing, social engineering, and suspicious download. Anti-phishing training, that is simulated phishing email security awareness program, and it is often the most important layer since human error is a top attack vector. OS reinstallation. So the last resort when malware cannot be removed is the OS reinstallation. This wipes the system clean and restore this trusted software, and it is effective against persistent infection like rootkits. So some common takeaways for your exam and your practical professional life. So EDR and XDR are used for advanced protection. MDR is when you outsource your monitoring to a third party. Antivirus and malware are basically the baseline, or you can say first line of defense. Email gateway and firewalls are the perimeter defense. And user training is essential for all these social engineering and phishing attacks. And recovery console and OS reinstallation are also the remediation option. OS reinstallation, you can say that it is the last resource or last remediation option. Objective 2.5, compare and contrast common social engineering attacks, threats, and vulnerabilities. So what are some common social engineering attacks? And the top of the list is phishing. So phishing is using fake emails or websites to lure users into sharing sensitive data. Sensitive data may include the credit card data or user credentials such as username and password. Then the phishing has multiple types, or it can be done through multiple methods. And the first one is wishing, which is voice phishing through phone calls, maybe through calls or through voice messages. Next one is the smishing, which is SMS or text message phishing, or using SMS or text messages to do the phishing or lure the users into, let's suppose, the hacker or the malicious actor may send an SMS to the target or to the victim, and the SMS may include a link to a malicious website. So that type of phishing is known as smishing, that is done through SMS or text messaging. Next is the QR code phishing, which is malicious QR codes that redirect to fake websites. So remember that the main goal is to redirect the user towards some fake website or user where the user will be asked to log in. For example, a fake bank site, the user may be thinking that it is his or her bank, and then when he or she enters the credit card information, they are basically captured by the hacker. Next is the spear phishing, which is targeted phishing aimed at specific individuals. And then we have whaling, which is phishing attack aimed at executive or high value target. So what is different? So what is one is the general phishing, which may be aimed at all users of the organizations. Then we have spear phishing, which may be aimed at a specific group of people, for example, all the people in the account department. Then we have whaling, which is more specific and aimed at specific individual, for example, CEO or CFO of a particular organization. So next is the shoulder surfing. So shoulder surfing is watching someone's screen or keystroke. For example, looking over the shoulder of someone that is typing his or her username and password, and looking at the keystroke so that the malicious actor may capture the username and password by looking at the keyboard. Next is the tailgating. Tailgating is following authorized personnel into a restricted area. This is a type of, you can say, physical attack where the malicious actor follows an authorized person inside a building. Next is the impersonation, which is pretending to be trusted staff or vendor. For example, calling the help desk of an organization and pretend to be the staff of that organization and asking for the password reset or other information. Next is the dumpster diving, which is searching trash of an organization for sensitive information. So what are threats? So threats are actions that can harm systems or data. So the threat types include the denial of service or DOS, which is overloading a system to make it unavailable. Means that sending so many requests to a website or to a system that it is unavailable to legitimate users. DOS has another type which is DDoS or distributed denial of service, which is coordinated denial of service attack using many compromised systems. So the DOS attack may be carried out by one individual or one malicious act, but the DDoS, it has many systems which are compromised and then they are used to send traffic to the target system so that it is overwhelmed. Next is the evil twin, which is the fake Wi-Fi hotspot to intercept traffic. So what does this mean? This means that let's suppose the malicious actor may set up a malicious or his or own hotspot, and when the user tries to connect, their traffic will be intercepted by this Wi-Fi and then sent to the internet. So you can also say that this is a type of man-in-the-middle attack. Next is the zero-day attack, which exploits a vulnerability before it is patched. So this is a type of attack which is still unknown to the vendor, so its patch is unavailable. So that's why it is exploited by the hacker without the knowledge of the vendor. Next is the spoofing, which is pretended to be someone else. For example, using someone else's IP address or spoofing someone else's email or caller ID. Similarly, the on-path attack, previously it was known as the man-in-the-middle attack or MITM. So it is intercepting communication between two parties. Brute force attack is trying all password combination to crack a password. Dictionary attack is trying common words or password as the name indicates. These are the common passwords or words that are applied against a target. So this is also a type of brute force attack, but it is more specific. Next is the insider threat, which is authorized users that misuse their access to the system. So this is one of the most dangerous type of attack because the insider has the access to the system, and when he or she uses that access unauthorizedly, then it can be very dangerous and damaging to the organization because it will not be logged, it will not be detected by the system since the source or the actor is authorized internal user. Next is the SQL injection, which is a malicious database query to manipulate the data and extract information from it. Next is the cross-site scripting or XSS, which is injecting script into web application to steal data. Next is the business email compromise or BEC, which is fake executive and emails to trick employees. For example, pretending to be an executive or vendor and tricking employees into sending sensitive data. Next is the supply chain or pipeline attack, which is compromised by a third party vendor or software. So, what are some vulnerabilities? Vulnerabilities are weaknesses that are exploited by the threats. So, the vulnerabilities include non-compliant systems. So, these are the systems that do not follow the security policies or standard and are thus vulnerable to many threats. Next are the unpaged systems. So, these are the systems that have or that are missing the critical security updates, and so they are vulnerable to many threats that may exploit those critical security vulnerabilities. Next is the unprotected system, which are the system that lack antivirus or firewall protection. Next is the end of life system. So these are the systems that are no longer supported by the vendor. So these systems have no security updates and fixes. And then we have the bring your own device or BYOD policy inside organization. This policy let users to bring their personal devices into the workspace, which may increase the attack surface. Objective 2.6, given a scenario, implement procedures for basic small office, home office, or SOHO malware removal. So, small office, home office, SOHO malware removal procedures. So, number one is to investigate and verify the malware system. So, check for unusual behavior inside system. If the system indicates slow performance, pop-ups, unknown processes, high CPU usage, and missing files, it may point towards a malware infection. Similarly, use Task Manager and Resource Monitor or Event Viewer to confirm the suspicious activity. Number two is to quarantine the infected systems. So once it is confirmed that the system is infected, the next step is to quarantine the infected system, disconnect the device from the network, whether it is Wi-Fi or wired Ethernet network, to stop the spread of the malware to other systems. If email accounts are compromised, block outbound mail until the malware is cleaned. Number three is to disable system restore, which is a window home feature. So this prevents malware from hiding in restore points, and turn it off temporarily to avoid reinfection when rolling back. Number four is remediation of the infected system. So kill the malicious processes, delete or disable the malicious startup items or services, and remove the suspicious application using the program and feature of the window. Number five is to update the anti-malware software. So ensure that the latest definition of the malware are installed before scanning the system. And if the updates are blocked, use offline definition update to update the antivirus and anti-malware software. Number six is to scan and remove the malware. So you need to boot into safe mode to stop the malware from auto loading. Use on-demand malware scanners, for example, Windows Defender Offline and Malwarebyte. If the malware resists the anti-malware, use a pre-installation environment, for example, WinPE Rescue Disk for deep cleaning. And number seven is re-image or reinstall operating system if necessary. So if the system is too damaged or malware persists and you are unable to clean the malware using all the above methods, you need to perform a clean installation of the operating system and restore only clean data from the backup. So you also need to take care that you do not restore the malware from the backup. Number 8 is to schedule the scans and run updates. So configure automated scan either daily or weekly and ensure that window updates and antivirus updates are turned on and they run automatically. And number 9 is enable system restore and create a restore point. So re-enable restore of the malware is removed and create a clean restore point for future recovery. And number 10 is to educate the end user. So train the end user on safe browsing habits, phishing awareness, and educate them to avoid unknown downloads from unknown sources, and reinforce use of least privileged accounts. For example, to use the standard user account for daily usage and use the administrator account only when necessary. So this thing is known as the principle of least privilege. Objective 2.7, given a scenario, apply workstation security options and hardening techniques. So workstation security options and hardening techniques. So first hardening technique or security option is the data at rest encryption, which is to encrypt the data that is stored inside your hard drive or is stored inside the cloud. So this data at rest encryption protect the files, folder, or you can also do the full drive encryption, and thus this prevents the unauthorized access. Example of data at rest encryption include the BitLocker, which is a Microsoft Windows feature, and is used for the full disk encryption. Similarly, File Vault is used in macOS. And encrypting file system, as we already studied, it is used for individual files or folder level encryption. So BitLocker is for full disk encryption, while EFS is for file level or folder level granular encryption. So it is essential for laptops and portable drives in case of theft or loss of the device or portable drive. Next security option or hardening technique is the password consideration, very important. So the password consideration include the length of the password. So the longer the password, the stronger it is. So the password recommended length is 12 plus character. So the character type should be of mix upper lowercase numbers and special characters, and the password must be unique. So you should not use a single password for multiple accounts, so that if one account is compromised or one password is not compromised, it does not lead to the compromise of all of your accounts. Next is the complexity. So avoid the dictionary words, use past phrases. And the expiration is that you need to rotate or change the password periodically, especially in corporate environment, but also balance it with usability. What does this mean? This means that you need not to change the password too frequently. For example, if you apply the policy of changing the password weekly, it will be very cumbersome for the users. So you need to balance the usability with the security. So for example, the monthly rotation may be workable or suitable. Next is the BIOS or UEFI password. So this adds another layer of protection at the firmware level, and the types of these password include the user password, which is required at the boot of the system or to boot the system. Next is the supervisor or setup password, which restricts BIOS or UEFI setting changes. So these password prevents unauthorized booting or tampering with the system hardware settings. Next is the end user best practices. So these best practices include the screensaver lock. You need to enable auto lock after inactivity to prevent unauthorized access. And next is the log off when not in use. So when the system is not in use, it is best to log off from the system so that your system is not used by unauthorized users. Similarly, even if your session is active, it may be hacked remotely. So it is always better to log off when not in use. Secure hardware. So use cable lock for physical security of the laptop and store devices securely. Next is the secure personal identifiable information and password. So don't write your password or other information on sticky notes or share them with other users. So use password manager to store your unique and complex passwords. Account management. So in the account management include restricting the user permission. So follow the principle of least privilege as we already studied. Standard users should not have admin right unless required. So you should use the standard user for routine daily work and use the admin rights only when required and temporarily. Restrict login time. So limit when users can log in. For example, user may be restricted to log in during business hours only. This helps reduce risk of after hour unauthorized access. Next is to disable guest accounts. So this prevents anonymous or unauthorized logins into the systems, and use failed attempt lockout. So if there are unsuccessful attempt at the login account, there the system should automatically lock out the user. So lock accounts after repeated failed logins to prevent brute force attacks. Next is the use timeout and screen lock. So enforce auto lock after inactivity to protect unattended systems. Apply account expiration dates. So it is useful for temporary employees, contractors, or intern. So the account that are given to these users should have expiration dates so that they are automatically expired after a certain period of time to prevent unlimited and prolonged access beyond requirement to these users. So this ensures accounts do not remain active after departure of these users. So what are some administrator account security procedures or settings? So you need to change default administrator username and password. So avoid easy guessing. For example, many devices or system have the default user password of admin. You need to change this immediately after installation of the device. So use strong credential and unique username. So instead of admin, you can use, let's suppose, John 6968X. So this is a unique username and not easy to guess. What are some system hardening techniques? So the first one is to disable the auto run feature. So this prevents malware from auto launching when external devices or drives such as CDs are inserted, and this reduces the risk of USB based infection. Next is to disable unused services. So this stops unnecessary background services. For example, if remote desktop feature is not required, it should be disabled so that it minimizes the attack surface. Objective 2.8, given a scenario, apply common methods for securing mobile devices. So now some hardening techniques for mobile devices. First one is the device encryption. So device encryption protects data at rest so that even if your phone or mobile device is stolen, data cannot be still accessed without the authentication because it is encrypted. For example, using iOS full disk encryption, which is the default, and Android file-based encryption to encrypt the device. Next is the configuration profile. So it is used in MDM or mobile device management solution. So it pushes security settings remotely through Wi-Fi, VPN restrictions, and app permissions. So these are some of the settings that can be pushed remotely to mobile devices. And it is common in enterprise, bring your own device policy and corporate owned devices. So next security or hardening technique for mobile devices is the screen locks. So it is the first line of defense against unauthorized access. And screen lock options include it may be through facial recognition, which is convenient but less secure if it is 2D, and it is stronger if the mobile devices has the 3D scanning capability. Next is the pin code, which is stronger if the pin code length is 6 plus digits. Next is the fingerprint, which is biometric, quick and secure. Pattern is less secure and it may be visible through smudge trail. So the user may uh, guess the pattern to the smudge trails. Next is the swipe, which is the weakest and should not be relied on. Next is the patch management, and patch management include the OS updates. So apply vendor patches regularly to fix the vulnerabilities either in iOS and Android. Application updates, apply the application vendor patches regularly to fix vulnerabilities in your iOS and Android applications. What are some endpoint security software? So these include the antivirus and anti-malware. So they are used to detect and block malicious applications, files, or processes. Content filtering prevents access to phishing sites, malicious downloads, or unsafe web content. And they are often combined with parental controls or enterprise mobile security solutions. Additional protections include locator applications. So these applications help track lost or stolen devices. For example, find my iPhone feature in Apple iPhone devices. Remote wipes is the feature that allows data to be erased remotely to protect sensitive information if your device is lost or stolen. Remote backup applications ensure imported data can be restored if the device is lost, stolen, or wiped. And failed login attempts restriction locks device or wipes data after too many incorrect login attempts. Policies and procedures include the mobile device management, which is a centralized control of mobile devices and can be used to enforce policies, push updates, and manage configuration of mobile devices. Bring your own devices versus corporate owned devices. So, bring your own devices is when the employees use their personal devices, which requires strict separation of work and your personal data. Corporate owned devices are the company controlled devices which enforce strict policies. Objective 2.9, compare and contrast common data destruction and disposal methods. So the physical destruction of hard drive, so these are the methods that render the drive unusable and ensure that data can never be recovered. So the physical destruction of hard drive includes drilling, which include drilling holes through the platter and physically damage the surface of the hard drive. Next is the shredding. So there are industrial machines that break the drive into small pieces. Next is the degaussing. So degaussing uses a powerful magnetic field to erase data stored on the magnetic platters. So it is effective only for magnetic drive and not for SSD. So remember this point. Next is the incineration. So incineration is burning the drive at high temperature and completely destroying it. So the next is the recycling or repurposing best practices. So this method does not include physically destroying the devices, but deleting or formatting the drive so that it can be reused. So these methods preserve the device for reuse but aim to remove the sensitive data. And these methods include erasing or wiping, which overwrites data with random bits, making recovery very difficult. So this can be a single pass or multiple pass. The erasing or wiping can be single or multiple pass. Next is the low level formatting. So it reinitializes the disk at the sector level. It can erase all data and rebuild the drive structure. Standard formatting removes file system table but does not fully erase data. So the deleted file using the standard formatting can often be recovered with special tool. So you should not use this method if you want to remove the sensitive data from your hard drive. So now coming over to comparison of physical destruction and recycling. So physical destruction is best for highly sensitive data such as government, financial, or health records when drives cannot be trusted to live intact. And recycling or resurfacing is suitable for organizations that want to reuse or donate equipment but must use secure wiping technique, not just formatting. What are some outsourcing concepts? So the outsourcing concept is to use third party to do this work for the organization. So organization often hire certified vendors to handle destruction or recycling of their media. This ensures specialized handling, secure processes, and compliance with the laws, and it reduces the risk of improper disposal by the internal staff of the organization. Certification of destruction and recycling. So, vendor provides a formal document proving that drives or devices were securely destroyed or recycled. So certification include date, method used for destroying or repurposing, such as shredding, wiping, and chain of custody. And this provides accountability and proof for audits or legal regulatory compliance requirements. So regulatory and environmental requirements include data protection regulations. So many laws, for example, GDPR, HIPAA, and PCI DSS require secure data destruction to prevent unauthorized recovery of the sensitive data. Environmental laws include devices must be disposed of in an eco-friendly way, avoiding toxic waste such as lead, mercury from the electronics. And e-waste recycling compliance is organization must follow certified recycling standard, for example, R2 or e-stewards. Audit trails or documentation of destruction helps meet compliance and protects the organization against legal liability. So some key takeaways for the exam are your practice. So physical destruction is best when the media or the drives contain sensitive data. Certified third-party vendors using the third-party vendors or outsourcing is best for compliance and legal accountability. And regulatory requirements cover both data privacy and environmental safety. Objective 2.10, given a scenario, apply security settings on small office, home office, wireless, and wired networks. So coming over to some router security settings. So these settings include the first and the foremost important one is to change the default password. So default admin credentials are widely known for different vendors. So you need to always set a strong and unique password to prevent unauthorized access. Next is the IP filtering. To restrict inbound and outbound traffic based on IP addresses. It is useful for allowing only trusted devices and blocking suspicious IP addresses. Next is to regularly update the firmware of devices, so it keeps routers secure from different vulnerabilities. So regularly check for vendor updates to patch security holes. Content filtering blocks access to harmful or inappropriate websites, and it protects user from phishing or malware sites. Physical placement physical placement and secure locations for your Wi-Fi or your wired router. So always place router in a central and secure location so that it is also physically within inside and secure. So this prevents outsider from easily tampering with the hardware. And universal plug and play feature. So universal plug and play can automatically open ports which may create security risks. So best practice is to disable universal plug and play feature unless absolutely necessary. Next is the screen subnet or DMZ. So this separates public facing services from example web application or websites and FTP servers from internal network, and it reduces the exposure of internal devices to your internet or external threats. And configuration of secure management access. So disable remote management unless required, and if remote access is needed, use VPN or encrypted protocol, for example HTTPS or SSH, to manage your device, and restrict management to only trusted internal IP addresses. So now coming over to some wireless specific secure settings, again changing the service set identifier or SSID of your Wi-Fi device. So rename the Wi-Fi network from its default. For example, if the device is from Linksys system, so its name may indicate Linksys 1232, a unique name, so that the malicious actors are unable to guess the vendor of your device, and avoid using personal information in SSID, for example, family name or address. You can also disable the SSID broadcast. So this hides the Wi-Fi network name from casual scans by users. This adds a small security layer but not foolproof. So advanced tool can be used that can still detect the disabled SSID. Next is the encryption setting. So use the latest WPA3 encryption if available in your device. Otherwise, use WPA2 with AES encryption. Do not use WPA or WPA1, which is vulnerable and unsecure. So avoid WAP or WPA, which both are insecure and can be easily cracked. Next is the to configure the guest access and guest account. So use a separate guest SSID and VLAN if supported by your device. So this prevents guests from accessing your internal devices and resources. Coming over to some firewall settings. So firewall is used to disable unused ports, so block unnecessary entry points inside or into your internal trusted network. For example, closing ports for FTP21 or Telnet23. Port forwarding or port mapping feature. So this opens specific port for services, for example, gaming server or CCTV. And this should be minimized and configured carefully to avoid exposing devices. So what are some exam and real world tips? So for virus security, always use strong encryption plus segmentation. Strong encryption is to use the WPA3 if available, or WPA2 but with AES. So WPA2 has two encryption methods, AES and TKIP. So TKIP is weak, so you should use AES if you are using WPA2. And segmentation means that you need to segment your internal trusted network or your internal private network and the guest network so that the guest users are not able to access your internal private network. Firewall security is used to reduce the attack surface by closing the unused ports and only open those ports or those services that are absolutely necessary. Objective 2.11, given a scenario, configure relevant security setting in a browser. So browser security best practices include, first one is the download and installation of the browser. So always use trusted sources for your browser installation and download. So download browser only from official website, for example, Chrome from Google and Firefox from Mozilla, and verify the hash value. Hash value may be MD5 or SHA-256 when available to ensure the browser installation file integrity. And untrusted sources, you should avoid the untrusted sources to download your browser or to update your browser from third party or unknown sites because they may contain malware and other malicious files. Next is the browser patching. So keep your browser updated automatically to patch the vulnerabilities. So outdated browsers are the prime target for drive-by downloads and exploits, extension and plugins. So always use trusted sources to install your browser extension and plugins. Untrusted sources, so avoid third-party or cracked extension which often contain malware that are disguised as tools, and regularly review and remove unused add-ons. Password managers. So password managers are used to store and autofill complex and unique passwords. So you should prefer dedicated application or browser built-in manager for higher security. Secure connection and sites. So always look for HTTPS with valid certificates. So be cautious of certificate warning, which may indicate possible spoofing or man-in-the-middle attacks. Pop-up blocker. So pop-up blocker prevents malicious pop-ups and ads, clearing browsing data. So regularly remove cookies, cache, and history to reduce tracking. Clearing cache avoids clearing your cache helps avoid cache credential and session hijacking, and private browsing mode prevents storing history and cookies locally. Sign-in browser and data synchronization is useful across devices, but ensure that it is encrypted. Ad blocker reduces the risk of malvertising, and proxy can anonymize browsing and ad filtering feature. Use secure DNS features including DOH and DOT. So this protects DNS queries from eavesdropping and tampering. So browser feature management, enable and disabling the browser feature as needed. So plugin should be disabled when unused. For example, Java Flash, which is a high risk plugin. Extension, so you need to remove unnecessary extension to reduce the attack surface. And features, you need to turn off risky auto features like auto downloads. So now coming over to some exam and real world tips. So browser security is to update your browser software and limit the attack surface by removing the unnecessary and unused extension plugins, and use trusted sources for your browser downloads as well as updates, and use the encryption when browsing such as HTTPS and secure DNS features. So thank you for watching the video. That's all for this domain. Please like the video, comment if you have any question about the content, and stay tuned for the next domain video.
Started.
So welcome back to our CompTIA A Plus Core 2 course. And our domain number 3 is software troubleshooting, and this domain is considerably small as compared to the two previous domains, and it carries a total weightage of 23% in overall course weightage. So let's get started. And our objective 3.1 is given a scenario, troubleshoot common Windows operating system issues. And the first issue that we encounter most often in Windows OS is the blue screen of death, or BSOD. So the symptoms of this issue include the system crashes, some error codes, for example, the stop errors, and the cause of this issue is faulty drivers, hardware failures, corrupted system files, and bad RAM. So these are some fixes for this issue, and the fixes include to check the error logs for the exact cause of the issue, and the error log may be checked in Vivant Viewer, Reliability Monitor, and to update and reinstall the drivers that are causing the issue, to run the hardware diagnostic for the RAM and storage, and to use the system restore or safe mode facility to restore the corrupted system files. Next issue is the degraded performance of the Windows. So the symptoms of this issue include the slow booting of the operating system, slow application or application lagging in performance, and high CPU and disk usage. And the causes of these issues are that there may be too many startup programs. So these are the programs that are automatically started when the Windows boots up. Malware may also be one of the issue, low disk space or low storage space, and the hardware issues are the failing hardware. So what are some fixes of this issue? The fixes include to go to the taskbar and disable the startup applications that are not required and are causing the degraded performance of the operating system, to run the antivirus for any viruses and malware, and to free up disk space and to run the defrag utility on the storage and hard disk drive, and also to check the resource monitor for the services or application that are causing the bottleneck in the system performance and that are using most of the resources, including RAM and storage. Next issue is the operating system boot issues, and the symptoms of this issue include that the system fails to start, or the operating system, you can say, fails to boot, and this may be due to missing boot loader. So the causes of these issues are the corrupted boot sector or MBR, failed update, bad hardware, and fixes of these issues include to boot the operating system from your recovery media, and to use the startup repair or boot recovery slash fix MBR and boot recovery slash fix boot utilities to fix the issue, and to check the BIOS UEFI boot order inside the BIOS settings. Next issue in operating system is the frequent shutdowns of the operating system. So system symptoms include the system power off unexpectedly and frequently, and causes include overheating of the hardware or of the system, failing PSU, that is power supply unit, driver issues, and malware may also be one of the cause of frequent and unexpected shutdown of your operating system. So the fixes of this issue include to check the cooling system of your system, such as your laptop, PC, and the cooling system basically consists of your fans. So if your fans are faulty or not working, the system may overheat. Also, the system include the vent for the uh, heat, for the hot air to ventilate. So if these vents are clogged, the system also may overheat and the cooling system may not work properly. You also need to run the hardware diagnostic so that to rule out any issue with the hardware, to scan for the malware, and to also review the event viewer logs to check the exact issue if none of these issues are the cause of this frequent shutdown of your system. Next, troubleshooting our next OS issue is that some services are not starting. So symptoms of this issue include error messages about Windows services, and the causes include disabled or corrupted service, dependency failure of that service, and the fixes include to check the services.msc utility for the startup type of the service. So the startup type are manual trigger, automatic. So you need to check this startup type, and to verify the dependency of the service, and to run the utility sfc slash scan now or disk repair to resolve this service issue. Next is the applications crashing, and the symptoms of this issue include that the program stops responding or closes unexpectedly, and the causes include corrupted application, insufficient memory or RAM, bad updates of the operating system, and malware infection. And the fixes include to update your driver or operating system and to reinstall the application, and to apply the latest patches, and eventually to check the event viewer application logs for any error logs that may point toward the exact cause of the issue. Next issue is the low memory warning, such as this one. So symptoms include pop-up warnings such as this one about physical or virtual memory, and causes include insufficient RAM, that is random access memory, memory leaks, or too many open applications that causes the RAM to be insufficient for all these applications. And the fixes include to close all the unused application, to increase the virtual memory paging file. So virtual memory is when you use your use space on your HDD as a memory. So for example, your RAM is 8 GB and your application require 10 GB, so you can use the extra 2 GB from the hard drive, and this type of memory is known as virtual memory. And to eventually physically upgrade your RAM and increase the RAM size. Next issue is the USB controller resource warning. So the symptoms include that USB devices are not recognized by the Windows or they fails, and the causes of this issue are that there are too many USB devices. There are IRQ or driver conflict among the devices, or there is insufficient power to power all the USB devices. Fixes include to update the chipset and USB drivers, to use the powered USB hubs. So these are the hubs that get the power externally, so that the power issue or insufficient power issue is resolved, so they are not dependent for power on your system, and to remove unused USB devices, and to check the device manager for any conflicts. The next issue is the system instability, and symptoms include random freezes of the system, errors, and crashes. And causes of this issue include the corrupted system files, failing RAM or hard disk drive, and incompatible drivers, overheating of the system, and malware infection. So to fix this issue, you need to run the sfc scan now utility or dism/restore health utility. So these are command line utility that you can use to resolve this issue. Next is to update your drivers or to roll back your recent driver updates that may be causing the issue. To run hardware diagnostic such as RAM test, HDD, smart check, and to check the system temperatures and cooling. So to rule out the issue with the system cooling system, as we already studied with the system fans or vents. Next issue is the no OS found. So the symptoms include boot error message, operating system not found, such as this one. And the causes include incorrect boot order, corrupted boot sector/MBR, and disconnected or damaged drive. We are talking about hard disk drives. Fixes include to verify the BIOS and UEFI boot order, to run the recovery tools, including the boot recovery/fix MBR, boot recovery/fix boot, and boot recovery/rebuild BCD, to check the drive connections and health, and to reinstall the operating system if necessary. Next issue is the slow loading of the profile, and the symptoms include that the user logins take a long time or the desktop take too much time to load. And the causes of this issue include corrupt user profile, too many startup application, large roaming profile in domain environments, and also it may also be due to the network latency. The fixes include to create a new user profile and migrate the data of previous user to this new user, to reduce the number of startup applications, and in domain setups to optimize the roaming profile settings. The next issue is the time drift, and the symptom includes the system clock either keeps losing or gaining the time, and causes maybe include the primary cause may be due to the dead CMOS battery that basically power the time inside your system, the incorrect time sync settings, and the NTP server issue. So NTP is the network time protocol. So these are the server from where your system takes time, or to which your system syncs the time. So if this NTP server has time issue, your system may also have the time issue. And the fixes include to replace the CMOS battery, and this battery is commonly located inside desktop and laptop, and to sync system clock with NTP server, which can be done through control panel and date and time feature, and to ensure that Windows time service is running. So this is a reference table that lists all the issues with the Windows operating systems, and then it includes their symptoms, common causes, and fixes, as we already studied. So these are all the issues that we studied. I have summarized them in this table for easy reference. Again, the same issues. So our objective 3.2 is given a scenario, troubleshoot common mobile operating system and application issue. So the previous objective was about the workstation operating system such as Windows operating system. Now we are talking about mobile operating system and different application issues. And the some troubleshooting and common mobile operating system and application issues. And this first topic is the application problems. So now we will study different application issues and problem and how to fix them. So the first issue is the application fails to launch or fail to open. So this may be due to corrupt install, low memory on your mobile device, or operating system mismatch. So to fix this issue, you can restart your device, clear the cache and data on your device, reinstall the application, or update the operating system. Next issue is the application fails to close or suddenly crashes. So this may be due to buggy update of the application itself or due to memory leak. And fixes of this issue include to force stop the application, clear the application cache, reinstall the application, and patch the application if any patch of the application exists from the vendor. Next issue is that application fails to update. So this may be due to there is not enough storage on your mobile device or your mobile device has poor data connectivity. So to fix this issue, you need to free up the space for the update. Use Wi-Fi if you are using your mobile data network, and to clear up the application store cache. The next issue is that the application fails to install. This may be again due to low storage on your mobile device or the operating system does not support the application. And fix of this issue again include to free up the space for the application installation, check the OS compatibility with the application, and to install the application only from this trusted store. For example, if your mobile operating system is Android, then you should only use the Play Store to install your applications. Next issue is the performance problems, and these problems include the application is slow to respond. So this may be due to too many background applications running. It may also be due to malware infection on your mobile device, or that your RAM is low, or you have low RAM storage on your device. So the fixes include to close the unused applications, to reboot your mobile device, and to run the malware anti-malware application for any potential malware infection. Next issue is that the operating system of your mobile device fails to update. So again, this may be due to low battery of your mobile device, low storage on the device, or the download error of the operating system itself. So fixes of this issue include to charge your mobile device fully, to free up the storage for the OS update, and to use stable data network such as Wi-Fi, and to use the recovery mode if required. So next is the power and stability issues, and these issues include the battery life issues. So these issues may be due to background applications, too many background applications running, weak signal of the your mobile device, or the failing battery of the device. So to fix this issue, you need to enable the battery saver mode, close the background applications, lower the brightness of your device, which consumes a lot of power, and to eventually replace your battery if none of these fixes work. Next issue is the random reboots of your mobile device. So these may be due to faulty applications, operating system corruption, overheating of your device, and bad hardware. The fixes of this issue include to remove suspicious application that you may have recently installed, to update the operating system from your trusted vendor, to check the temperatures of your mobile device, and to eventually factory reset your device if needed. Next are some connectivity issues, and the first connectivity issue may be the Bluetooth issue. So the Bluetooth pairing fails due to interference or outdated Bluetooth drivers, and the fixes of this issue include to toggle Bluetooth, turn it off and turn it on, to repair it, restart your device and update the operating system so that drivers of Bluetooth are updated. Next is the Wi-Fi connectivity issue, and the issue may be that your mobile device cannot connect to Wi-Fi, or when it connects, the connection drops. So the fixes of this issue include to forget the Wi-Fi networks and then rejoin and re-add the network, to restart the router as well as your device, and to reset your device network settings. Next connectivity issues are the NFC connectivity issues, and the issue may be that no tap to pay is working or there is no data transfer, and the fixes of this issue include to enable NFC in the setting if it is not enabled, to check the compatibility, and to avoid the interference with the NFC communication. Next are some display problems. So display problem may include that the screen does not auto rotate. For example, if your device is in this mode and you rotate it to this mode, the screen should automatically rotate. If the screen does not rotate, so this may be that the auto rotate is either disabled or there is sensor issues with the device. So to fix this issue, you need to enable the auto rotate feature if it is disabled, to restart the device, to recalibrate device, and repair the sensor of the device if faulty. So now coming over to objective 3.3, given a scenario, troubleshoot common mobile operating system and application security issues. And the security concerns include, the first one is the application source and unofficial stored. So this issue is that application from outside trusted source may be malicious. So it is very important that you install your application from the vendor trusted source. So the fix is only installed from official store such as Play Store for Android and iOS Store from for iOS or Apple devices, and to uninstall the suspicious applications. Next security concern is the developer mode. So the developer mode basically enables debugging, side loading, and risks of insecure settings. So side loading means that you can install applications outside the official store when you enable developer mode. So that's why this mode is very insecure if used permanently. So the fix is to disable the developer mode when not needed. So next security concern is the root access or jailbreak of your device. So jailbreak is the iOS terminology used for Apple devices. Root access is commonly used for Android devices. So this method basically bypasses built-in security inside your device and operating system and exposes device to malware and data theft. So the fix is to reinstall the official operating system and to avoid rooting or jailbreaking your device. Next is the unauthorized and malicious applications. So these may include application spoofing, that is fake applications that are disguised as real ones, such as the Trojan malware, where the application seems like a useful application such as a game or another utility application, but at the back end it is a malware. So we may encounter with applications that are disguised as real application, but they are spoof application. And the fix of this issue include to verify the publisher of the application, to uninstall and remove the application, run the mobile antivirus, and reset your mobile device to factory reset if necessary. So now coming over to some common symptoms of security issues, and these include high network traffic. So this issue may be due to malware sending data in the background. Next symptom is the degraded response time. This may be due to device is being slowed by malicious processes. Next is the data usage limit notification. So again, malware may be consuming large bandwidth by sending data in the background. Limited or no internet connectivity. So your system may have malicious DNS or proxy setting. Next is the high number of ads. So your device may be infected with the adware. Next is the fake security warning. So these may be due to rogue application trying to trick user into downloads. Unexpected application behavior. The application may crash. There may be hidden installation of application and setting changes on your device and leaked personal files and data. So the evidence, this is the evidence of spyware or compromised applications. So objective 3.4, given a scenario, troubleshoot common personal computer or PC security issues. Troubleshooting common personal computer or PC security issues. And the first issue is the computer or your PC is unable to access the network. And the cause of this issue may be due to malware changing the network setting of your PC, DNS hijack, or firewall blocking of the network connectivity. And the fix is to check your network adapter settings, to reset the TCP/IP setting, to scan for malware using anti-malware software, and restore the default settings of your network. Next is the desktop alerts, and the cause may be due to security warnings or fake pop-ups from malware and adware. And the fix is to verify alert source, that which application is causing the alert, to run the full scan and remove rogue security application. Next issue is the false antivirus alerts. So the cause may be due to fake antivirus software, also known as the scareware, or tampered antivirus software. And the fix include to end malicious processes inside your PC, to uninstall the rogue program and reinstall the trusted antivirus from the trusted source. So next are the altered system personal files. So the symptoms include missing files, renamed files, and denied access to system and personal files. And the cause of this issue include the ransomware, malware, or unauthorized user changes. And to fix this issue, you need to restore your operating system from backup, run the antivirus scan, and check the user permissions. Next issue is the unwanted operating system notification. And the cause of this issue may be due to adware or malicious software pushing ads and alerts. And to fix this issue, you need to identify and uninstall unwanted applications that are causing these notifications and to use the adware removal tools. Next issue is the operating system updates failure. So the cause may be due to malware blocking the operating system updates, corrupt system files, and disabled services that are responsible for the operating system updates. And the fix is to boot your operating system into safe mode, to run the Windows Update Troubleshooter, scan for the rootkits, and to repair any corrupted system files. So now coming over to troubleshooting some browser related security issues, and the first one is the random and frequent pop-ups. So the cause of this issue is the adware malicious extension or drive-by downloads And the fix of this issue include to remove suspicious extensions, run anti-malware and adware software, and to reset the browser settings. Next browser related issue is the certificate warnings. So the cause of this issue is the expired and invalid website certificate, man in the middle attacks, or incorrect system time. And fixes of this issue include to verify the site legitimacy, that is avoid clicking through, to check the system clock and time zone, to clear the SSL cache and reset the browser setting, and to use another trusted network to confirm. Another issue with the browser maybe is the redirection issue, and the cause of this issue is the browser hijacker, DNS hijack, or malicious search engine setting. And fixes include to reset your DNS setting to default, or to use trusted public DNS, for example 1.1.1.1 and 8.8.8. So these are public DNS servers. This one is from Cloudflare and this is Google public DNS server. And to reset the browser homepage and search engine, and run anti-malware scan to remove hijacker. Next browser related issue is the degraded browser performance, and the cause is too many extensions in browser, malicious add-ons, and malware consuming resources. And the fix include to disable or remove unnecessary extensions, to check Task Manager for high CPU memory usage, to scan system for malware, and to clear the cache and cookies. So thank you for watching. That's all for this domain. Please like the video, comment if you have any question about the content or the course, and subscribe and stay tuned for the next Our video. Domain number 4 and the last domain is operational procedures. And our first objective 4.1 is given a scenario, implement best practices associated with documentation and support system information management. And the first topic is documentation and support systems, specifically the ticketing system. So what is a ticketing system? So a ticketing system is a centralized platform to track and manage all IT issues inside an organization. So this system ensures consistency, accountability, and faster resolution of the issues. So since this is a digital system, it also provides a history of previous incidents and issue for future reference. So what are some key information that are fed inside a ticket or inside an issue ticket? So the first and first mode is the user information, that is the user that lodges the complaint. So the user information may include the username, his or her contact details, the department to which the user belongs. Then is the device of the user that has the issue. It may include the device type, the operating system of the device tag, and the serial number. And lastly, the issue description. So this section includes the clear explanation of the issue and problem encountered by the user and his or her device. So what are some categories and severities of different issues? So the categories of the issues are the type of the issue that the user is encountering. So the issue may be related to the network, the hardware, the software, or some security issue. And the severity levels of the issues are: the serious most issue is the critical, which means the system is completely down and the business is halted due to the specific issue. Next is the high severity issues, which again includes a major disruption but this issue may impact limited user, not all users of the organization. So the critical issue may have the complete breakdown of the system and may impact large or all the user of the organization and the complete halt of the business. The high again is a major disruption, but it may not impact all the user and it may have impacted limited number of users. Then the medium severity issue. So this is a non-critical issue related to some functionality loss inside the. So this does not hurt the complete business, but some function of the system. And the last one is the low severity issue, which is a minor issue that may impact a user, one or two or few users. So what are some escalation levels of issue? So each issue that is large at the ticketing system is escalated at per different levels. So the first level is the level 1, that is the help desk level. So this is the basic troubleshooting of each issue that is carried out by the help desk technician. And if the help desk uh, technician cannot resolve the issue, the next level is level 2, which is manned by the specialist. So this is these users or the specialists have the deeper technical expertise, and when the issue cannot be resolved by the help desk technician, it is resolved by these technical specialists. If the issue is still unresolvable by the level 2, then it is referred to level 3, which refers to the vendor and engineering. So these are the issues that are then dealt by the vendor or the external support. So these are beyond the scope of the internal organization and are then referred to the vendor or for some external support. So it is critical that there is clear and concise communication inside the ticketing system. So the communication should be short and factual, and it should note down the issues in brief and should note the facts about the issues without any verbatim. And again, the progress of issues should also be noted at each step. And when the issue is finally resolved, the final resolution should also be noted down for future reference. And the ticketing system, the communication inside the ticketing system should be professional, and unnecessary jargon should be avoided, and simple, understandable language should be used. So an example of NIT support tickets. So these may be the field of the ticketing system. So this may vary from organization to organization, but this is a general layout. So the field may be the ticket ID, such as this one, the user information that lodged the complaint, such as the username, the department to which the user belongs, and some other information. The device of the user that is having issue, for example, the Dell laptop, the operating system of the device, and the device tag. Then the description of the issue. So in this case, let's suppose the device is having issue that it is unable to connect to the Wi-Fi since morning. The category of the issue is related to networking. Severity is high, so this affects the job productivity. The user cannot do his or her job. So the issue is assigned to the level 1, that is help desk. And again, the progress notes include that the network adapter was checked, the system was rebooted, but the issue was not fixed. Doing these checks, and the final resolution. So the final resolution was done at 9:45 a.m. and this was done by resetting the Wi-Fi driver, and the connection was then restored. So this is how a typical ticketing and IT support ticket works. Our next topic is the asset management inside an organization. Inventory list. So the inventory list basically maintain a detailed record of all hardware and software assets inside the organization. And these lists help with tracking, upgrades, and audits of these systems. Next is the configuration management database, that is CMDB. So what is CMDB? So this is a central database that stores the configuration, relationships, and dependencies of different systems, software, and hardware. And this CMDB is used to assess the impact of changes, and it maintains consistency since this database is referred for any configuration changes. Next is the asset tags and IDs. So these are unique identifiers such as barcodes, QR codes, or RFID tags that are given to the devices for their identification and tracking. So this simplifies the tags, basically simplifies the tracking, assignment, and recovery. Procurement life cycle basically covers the acquisition, deployment, maintenance, and retirement of the devices, software, and hardware. So this is a complete life cycle of a device, you can say, and this ensures the cost efficiency and compliance with the organization policies. So next is the warranty and licensing. So this is used to track warranty periods for timely repairs and replacement, and it is used to maintain valid software licenses to avoid legal and security issues. So the license are basically assigned to users. So assets should be, we are talking here about license as well as assets. So assets should be linked to specific user for accountability so that if there is loss or theft of the issue or some issues with the assets, there may be someone accountable for that asset. So this helps with troubleshooting and auditing of the resource usage. So again, this is an example of asset tracking visual. So the asset tracking system may have the asset tag, device information, the user to which the device is assigned, the warranty period or the warranty expiration of the device, and the location of the device. So for example, we have this tag of an asset HR-LTP-001. So this tag is assigned to a device that is Dell Latitude 5520, and this laptop or specific device is assigned to Emma Johnson, and the warranty of this device expires in December 2026, and this device or the user belongs to HR office. Similar is the case with other devices. So this is how assets are tracked so that there is accountability and tracking of all the assets of organization, that the organization can know that which assets is assigned to which user for easy reference and accountability as well as tracking. So next topic is the types of IT documentation, and the first documentation type is the incident reports. So these are these documents basically record security or operational events, for example, malware and outages. So these documents basically includes what happened when the incident happened, which users were affected, and what steps were taken to resolve the issue or the incident. So these documents or these reports are useful for audits, prevention of future incidents, and for legal requirements. So next are the SOPs, that are standard operating procedures. So these are step-by-step instruction for consistent and repeatable tasks. For example, an SOP may be custom installation of a software package. So this SOP will detail step-by-step procedure of how to install a custom software package. So the SOPs basically help ensure standardization, compliance, and efficiency. The next document type is the onboarding checklist of new user. So this ensures that every new employee or new user has the required setup, and this checklist may include that the account creation of the user, hardware assignment to the user, software installation on the user device, and security training to the user if any required. So next is the user of boarding checklist. So this checklist and this type of documents protects company data when employees leave the organization. And this checklist may include the disabling of the user accounts, recovery of the device that was given or assigned to the user, revoking of the user access to sensitive systems, and archiving of the mail or files related to the user as needed. Next is the SLAs or service level agreements. So these documents basically define the expected performance and responsibility that are expected from different vendors and third parties. So internal SLAs are between department of the organization, for example, between the IT and HR department of the same organization, while external SLAs are basically with vendors and third party, for example, cloud provider uptime guarantee through an SLA document. Next is the knowledge base and article. So what are these documents? So these are centrally repository of FAQ, that is frequently asked question, how to guide of different organization software and system, and different troubleshooting steps that are frequently encountered by the user. So these documents and article basically enable the user to self-service and resolve the different issue, and thus it reduces the burden on the help desk system. So again, this is a table for user life cycle checklist. So as we studied for onboarding, the checklist may include assigning the hardware to the user. The hardware may include the laptop, phone, some other accessories, creating the user account, installing required software for the user, applying security permissions and policy related to that user, and providing training and documentation to the user. The offboarding may include recovery of the company hardware. So these both are related. Again, disabling the account that were created, archiving the software or the mail and file that were given to the user, and removing the policies and the permission that were assigned or given to the user. And at the end, document the exit of the user in HR or IT system. So our objective 4.2 is given a scenario, apply change management procedures. So what are change management procedures? So the change management procedure is basically to document different business processes, and this includes that all changes inside organization systems, that maybe the hardware or software, should follow a formal process. So this documented business process or change management procedure, if followed, it ensures consistency, accountability, and minimal disruption to these business processes. So there should always be a rollback plan when any change is planned. So always plan to reward changes if something fails or change does not go as per the plan. For example, uninstalling a page that breaks the organization application. So this prevents extended downtime to the organization systems and processes. So what is the backup plan in the change management procedure? So always create a backup before major changes to the organization systems such as hardware and software. So this ensures that the data and system may be recovered if the change causes any unwanted issue. So these backup plan may include the taking the system images, taking the database dumps, or taking the file backups. So what is the sandbox testing? So these are to test changes in a controlled and isolated environment before applying them to the production environment. The sandbox testing helps detect any issues before affecting the production environment. For example, applying updates in a virtual lab before company-wide rollout of the change. So next is the responsible staff members for the change management procedure. So the organization need to clearly assign ownership of all the changes, to define who approves, implements, and who monitors the changes, and this prevents confusion and ensure accountability. So assigning specific staff member to the change management procedure is very important to prevent any confusion and ensure accountability. What are some change management elements? So the change management element include, first one is the request form. So this is an official way to submit and track changes, and these form, the request submission form, captures all required details for evaluation by the change management board or change management staff. So next is the purpose of the change. So this segment of, you can say, the change management form or request form explains why the change is required, why it is needed. For example, fixing a security flaw, upgrading an hardware, or enabling new features. So next element is the scope of the change. So this defines what system, user, or services will be affected by the change. So this helps estimate impact of the change and resources that are required for this change. So now coming over to some change types. So the change may be a standard change. So this is a low risk routine change. For example, printer driver updates. Next is normal change type. So this requires approval, and this change may carry a moderate risk. For example, operating system page. And the third one is the emergency change, which is critical, require immediate action. For example, 0-day exploit fix. Date and time of change. So change freeze means no change is allowed during critical period such as holidays, maintenance window, so schedule time for planned updates. Affected system and impact of the change. So this clearly identify the hardware, software, user, and business processes that are involved and may be impacted by the change. So this prevents unexpected disruption. Risk analysis. So evaluate the risk level of the change to ascertain whether the risk that may be carried by the change is low, medium, or high, and also consider the likelihood of the risk, that how likely is the risk to occur, and the impact of the risk if that risk takes place. Approvals and review. So the change board approval. So this board ensures the business and IT alignment. Peer review. So another technician validates the plan, and end user acceptance is that the end user confirm the change meets the user requirement. So the user that actually uses the system actually confirm that the required change is as per the need and requirement. So finally the implementation. So finally the change is applied as per the documented plan and the results are monitored and any outcome is documented. So now coming over to change management flow. So this is how the change management flow works. So the first step we have the change request form. Then the change is reviewed and risk analysis is carried out. So the change is then approved by the change management board. The change is then tested and the test is carried out in a sandbox environment as well as a peer review is carried out. Then the change is basically implemented inside a maintenance windows. And lastly, the change is monitored and the acceptance from the end user that uses the system is taken. And finally, the change management procedure is closed and the outcome is documented. So objective 4.3, given a scenario, implement workstation backup and recovery methods. So what are some workstation backup methods? So these include, the backup methods basically include, the first one is the full backup. So this type of backup copies all files and data as the name indicate, full backup. So this is the easiest to restore since all data is in one backup at one location. And downside of this type of backup is that this type of backup takes the most of the time, or it takes the longer time to carry out, and also it requires huge storage space. So next backup type is the incremental backup. So this backup copies only the file that are changed since the last backup. So the last backup may be full or incremental. So for example, you took a full backup at this point in time, then here you are taking the incremental backup. Let's suppose this is 0 time we are starting. So here you took the full backup. So now in the incremental backup, you will back up the file that are changed since this time period. It means the backup time and the backup size required will be low as compared to the full backup. So the pros of this backup include that it is fast and storage efficient, it is carried out quickly, and the storage required is also less. But the cons include that the restore requires the last full backup. So for example, now you want to restore at this point in time, so you will need this incremental backup as well as this full backup. So this backup requires the last full backup plus every incremental backup since the last full backup. So next backup type is the differential backup. So this copies file changes since the last full backup. And the pros of this backup is that it is faster restoration than the incremental backup, and it requires only full plus the last differential backup. So it requires two backups. The incremental backups, basically there are multiple incremental backups, so they require multiple backups to restore from the incremental backups, while the differential backup is taken after the full backup, so it requires only two backups, the full and the latest differential. And the cons again include that these are larger backups as compared to the incremental as time goes on. What is this synthetic full backup? So this type of backup creates a new full backup by combining the last full backup plus subsequent incremental backups, and there is no need to recopy the unchanged files from the source. Pros of this backup is the faster backup process, and this restores like a normal full backup. So some exam tips regarding the backup. So the fastest restoration can be carried out from the full backup. and fastest daily backup type is incremental. So fastest restoration is full backup, but fastest restoration is full backup, but fastest daily backup is incremental. So there is a balance between the speed and restore that is given by the differential. So the differential restore is slow than the full backup, but the but its backup is faster. Its restoration is slow than the full backup, but its backup time is faster than the full backup. So there is a balance between speed, uh, speed and restoration. Synthetic full is again smart way to refresh backups without redoing everything. So what are some workstation recovery and backup practices? So the recovery methods include in-place and override method, which restore data directly over existing files on the same machine. Another method is the alternative location, which restores backups to a different system or site for availability. Next are the recovery methods. So again, we studied this one. Next is the backup testing. So the frequency of the backup testing is to regularly test restore to confirm the data integrity and usability of the backup, and this prevents false confidence in untested backups. What are some backup restoration schemes? So on-site versus off-site backup. So on-site is available for quick access, while off-site gives us the protection from the disaster on the on-site. So what is the grandfather father son backup rule? So this means the son means you need to do the daily backup. Father is for weekly backups, and grandfather is to take the monthly backups. And what is the 3-2-1 backup rule? This rule means that the organization has 3 copies of data, and the 2 copies are on different media types. For example, one may be stored in the cloud and one may be on the tapes locally. And the one means that 1 copy of data is stored at alternate off site, so that if there is a disaster at the local data center, 1 copy of data is still available at the remote site. Objective 4.4, given a scenario, use common safety procedures. So using common safety procedures, and these include electrostatic discharge protection, ESD or electrostatic discharge straps. So these are worn on the wrist, such as this one, and clipped to an underground surface to prevent static charges. So this end is clipped to this a grounded surface, and the other end is worn on the wrist to prevent the static damages to the equipment. Next is the electrostatic discharge mats. So these are work surface mats that dissipate static electricity when handling components. Electrical safety, and these safety include equipment grounding. So always ensure that stray electrical current flows safely to the ground, and avoid working on live circuit unless necessary. And it is very important to always disconnect power before servicing the electrical equipment. Next is the proper component handling and storage. So hold circuit boards by the edge to avoid static contact, and store sensitive components like RAM, CPU, and expansion cards in protective containers. Cable management. So the cable management is used to organize and secure cables to prevent tripping hazards. and this also reduces strain on ports and improper airflow inside systems. Anti-static bags, so these are used to transport and store sensitive components such as RAM, CPU, etc., and they protect against static discharge during handling. Compliance with regulation, so follow the OSHA, that is Occupational Safety and Health Administration rules inside the US, and dispose of electronics properly according to the EPA or local environmental laws. What are some personal safety guidelines? So these include to disconnect power before repair. So always unplug your PC or remove the battery before opening the case. This prevents electrical shock and damage to the components. The proper lifting technique, so bend at the knees, not at the waist. So this one is the correct method. Keep heavy equipment close to the body and ask for help when lifting servers, UPS units, or large printers. Fire safety, so keep a Class C fire extinguisher which is safe for electrical fires nearby, and never use water on electrical fires. So no emergency exits and procedures in case of fires. Always use the safety goggles. So these protect eyes when working with tools, compressed air, or cutting components. And use the air filter mask. So use when cleaning dusty PCs or server rooms. This prevents inhalation of harmful dust and particles. So what are some personal safety do's and don'ts? And the checklist of do include to always disconnect the power before repair, to use proper lifting technique, to keep a Class C fire extinguisher handy, to wear safety goggles when working with tools and dust, and to use an air filter mask when cleaning dusty PCs. What are some don'ts? To work on a live system that may contain the risk of shock and damage. Lift heavy equipment alone if unsafe. Use water on electrical fires. Ignore protective gear such as gloves, goggles, and masks, and leave cables and tools scattered, which may become trip hazard. Objective 4.5, summarize environmental impacts and local environmental controls. So what are some environmental impacts and controls? So MSDS documentation, so always follow the MSDS documentation, that is material safety data sheet for safe handling and disposal, such as this one. Dispose of batteries properly to avoid fire and toxic leaks inside the battery. Recycle toner cartridges responsibly, and use e-waste channel for PCs, printers, and other assets. So what are some environmental controls? So maintain correct temperature and humidity for the equipment. Ensure proper ventilation and airflow in the work areas. Place equipment in stable and dust-free environments, and perform regular dust cleaning using compressed air or vacuums. Power problems. So some power problems include the surges. So these are the sudden spike in the voltage which can damage the electrical and IT equipments. Brownout are the temporary drop in the voltage. So these two are opposite to each other, and this causes instability and crashes, while the blackout are complete prolonged power loss, and this may result in data loss and hardware risk. So what are some protection against the power problems? And the first one is the UPS, that is uninterrupted power supply. So this provides temporary backup power during outages, and it prevents data loss by allowing safe shutdown. and it often includes surge protection features. Next is the surge suppressor. So this protects against voltage spikes and it should be rated in joules. So the higher the rating, the better the protection. And it is essential for PCs, network equipment, and sensitive electronics components. So objective 4.6 explain the importance of prohibited content, activity, and privacy licensing and policy concepts. So, what are some prohibited content, privacy, licensing, and policy concepts? So, the first one is the incident response. So, the incident response should have the chain of custody which ensures that the evidence is tracked, secured, and unaltered. Next is the information management and law to inform the management or law enforcement if required to copy the drive. So this preserve data integrity and to never alter the original. What does this mean? This means that there is some data or evidence inside hard drive. So you need to copy the exact data of that hard drive to another drive to always use the backup data for any analysis and to always never alter the original drive. Next is the incident documentation. So this records the steps, actions, and findings inside the incident. Next is the order of volatility. This ensures to collect most volatile data first. For example, RAM, cache, logs, disk, and backup. So these are the different components that contains data as per their volatility. So for example, RAM is more volatile than disk because the data in RAM is gone when the power is gone. So you need to preserve the data inside RAM first because the data inside the disk it does not go with the power and it may be preserved after the volatile data is preserved first. Next is the licensing and DRM. So valid licenses are required for all software that are used inside the organization. Perpetual licenses are the one-time purchase and lifetime use, and these are version limited. Personal use versus corporate use. So the terms of the license may differ for business environment from as compared to the personal use. Open source licenses are free to use and modify, but must follow the licensing term. And DRM, that is digital rights management, controls the copying and distribution of different software. Confidentiality and legal agreements. So these include the NDA and MNDA. So legal contract, these are basically the legal contracts that prevent information disclosure. For example, NDA is non-disclosure agreement, and these protect business secrets, client data, and internal processes. So these are basically carried out with internal employees, so that if one of employees leave the organization, they are bound by this NDA to not disclose the secret of this organization to other organization and competitors. Regulated data include the credit card information, which is regulated through this PCI DSS regulation, that is payment card industry and data security standard. Government issued IDs such as passport, social security number, national identity. I don't know what does this means exactly. PII, personally identifiable information that may contain names, addresses, phone numbers. Healthcare data which are regulated under HIPAA and GDPR, and retention requirement of the data. They are as per law. The laws basically define that for how long data must be stored and retained by the organization. So next is the acceptable use and compliance. So what is acceptable use policy or AUP? So this policy defines what are allowed and what are not allowed user actions. So, for example, the user may be restricted to download, they may be prohibited from harassment of co-workers, and similarly misuse of the equipment as well as application. Compliance means to follow certain rules and regulation, compliance with certain policies such as the European Union law GDPR, HIPAA, which is health related law inside US that deals with the protection of patients' health data, and SOX is again a finance related law inside US, and the organization may have some internal policies compliance against which may be mandatory. Similarly, splash screens. So splash screens are used to remind users of different organization policies and legal accountability before they log into the systems. So now let's study a case study where a pirated software is installed on a work PC by an employee. So the scenario is that an employee installs pirated software from an unofficial source on their company laptop. Shortly after, the system shows malware symptoms such as slow performance and pop-ups. So how will the organization deal with this scenario? So the incident response steps that will be taken in such a scenario are as such. First one is the reports and escalation. So the employee first of all reports the issue. The IT department documents the issue in the ticketing system. Next is the containment of the issue. So this step involves to disconnect the affected device from the network to prevent the spread of the malware. Next step would be of the evidence handling. So the affected PC hard drive is needed to be copied through forensic imaging and to maintain a chain of custody of this evidence. Next step is the investigation. So identify the malware source, where the malware came from. It was actually a pirated software. Next step would be eradication and recovery. So this step involves removing the malware from the infected systems, reinstalling the operating system if required, and restoring the data from the backup. Disciplinary and policy action. So last step would be to inform management, remind employee of the acceptable use policy, which include do not install or use any unauthorized or pirated software. So what are the lessons learned from this case study? These are unauthorized and pirated software should not be used. Security and the unauthorized and pirated software are security and compliance risk. Next lesson is the importance of valid licenses and software asset management. That is to use licensed software and keep track of the software through asset management. And next lesson is to reinforce user education on acceptable use policy of their equipment and to ensure software compliance. Objective 4.7, given a scenario, use proper communication techniques and professionalism. So professional communication and customer services. So professionalism and appearance is the first point. So the employees need to match the attire as per the workplace policies and requirement. This may be formal, such as the corporate and finance, or business casual, such as in tech and support, and to maintain a professional look to build trust with the customers. Similarly, the language and attitude of the employees is also important. It is of utmost importance to use clear and simple language and to avoid jargon, acronyms, or slangs, and to stay positive, calm, and confident during interactions with customers, and to actively listen, to let customers speak and don't interrupt them while they are speaking. Similarly, cultural sensitivity and respect, to be respectful of different cultural differences, and to use correct professional titles designation when addressing customers from different backgrounds. Punctuality and focus, so always be on time, and if late, to notify the customer. To avoid distractions, no personal calls, text, or browsing social media during interaction or meeting. So, how to handle difficult situations? So, in difficult situations, the employee need to stay calm, to don't argue, dismiss, or be judgmental, and to clarify issues, ask open-ended questions, restate the problems for the understanding, and to keep discussion discreet and professional. Setting expectations and follow up. So, to communicate timelines and repair replacement options clearly, provide proper documentation of the work that has been performed, and to follow up later to confirm customer satisfaction. Protecting the confidentiality, so always respect and secure sensitive material like files, document, and devices, and to never disclose or mishandle the customer information. Objective 4.8, explain the basics of scripting. So what are some basics of scripting? So some use cases of scripting. So scripting is basically used for basic automation. So the repetitive tasks that are performed on daily basis, they can be automated through scripting. For simplification, to restart different machines, so automated reboots and shutdown can be done through scripting at predefined times. For example, at night when there are no user using the system, or at off hours. For remapping the network drive, so scripting can also be used to reconnect drives when a user logs in each time. For application installation, so scripting can be used for bulk software deployments. Automated backup, so scripting can be used for scheduled file and system backups. Data gathering, so for gathering logs, system information, or usage reports, these can be done through this scripting and can be automated through scripts. Similarly, initiating update, so automated patching or updates can be done through scripting. So now coming over to some script file types. First one is .bat or batch files. So these are Windows command line automation. The batch files are used in Windows automation. Next is .psl. So these are PowerShell scripts. Again, these are Windows administrative scripts that are used for different administrative tasks inside Windows. Next is .vbs, which is Visual Basic Script, and this was used in previous and old Windows version in legacy for legacy Windows scripting. .sh is shell script, so these are Linux and Unix scripting for different Unix and Linux automation tasks. Next is .js, which is JavaScript. It is used for web and cross-platform automation. And the last one is .py, which is Python script. These are general purpose and powerful automation and data handling script done through Python language. So some other considerations. So there are risk of unintentionally introducing malware if the script source is untrusted. For example, if you download the script online from an unknown source, this may involve the risk of introducing malware inside your system. So always check the script before running or download the script from a trusted source. Similarly, script may also change the system settings incorrectly if the scripts are poorly written, or if the scripts are downloaded again from some source and not tested beforehand. Similarly, they can also cause the browser or system crashes by misusing the memory or system resources. So always test scripts in a safe environment before they are used on production environment. So now a quick reference for different script file types. So as we studied, .bat is used in Windows platform on CMD CLI, and they are typically used for simple automation, launching different programs and remapping drives. .psl is again Windows, and these are PowerShell scripts, and they are used for advanced system administration tasks, automation, and security scripts. .vbs is again Windows script, but they are legacy and was used in older Windows version. They were used for older automation tasks and for different login scripts. .sh is used inside Linux and Unix, and these are Bash and Shell scripts, and they are used for server automation, backups, and software installations. .js is JavaScript, and they are used in cross-platform, for example, browser and Node.js, and they are typically used for web scripting and automation in browser or different applications. And .py are Python scripts, and they are also used cross-platform and through Python interpreter, and they are used for complex automation, data processing, and system management. So coming over to objective 4.9, given a scenario, use remote access technologies. So some remote access technologies and tools include, the first one is the RDP or remote desktop protocol. So this is basically used in Windows. It is a Windows protocol that is used for remote access of Windows machine or Windows desktop. Next is the VPN or virtual private network. So this is for secure tunneling for remote network access. So for example, if a company employs at one location and their headquarters is in another country, so the employee can use VPN to access the secure network, and this VPN basically create a secure encrypted tunnel between the employee machine and the company headquarters, so that no unauthorized user or company can eavesdrop on this secure data. Next is the VNC, which is Virtual Network Computing. It is a cloud cross-platform graphical desktop sharing. Next is the SSH, which is a secure, stands for Secure Shell. So again, it is an encrypted remote command line access tool, and it is mainly used to administer Linux and Unix system and network devices. It is basically a CLI or command line interface tool to remotely manage and configure different devices such as Linux server or Windows or network switches, routers, and firewalls. Next is the RMM, which is remote monitoring and management. So it is IT management of multiple endpoints. Next is SPICE, which is simple protocol for independent computing environment. So it gives us the virtual machine display and control protocol. It is a control protocol for virtual machine access. WinRM is Windows Remote Management, which is Windows command line or PowerShell remote management. So now some third-party remote access tools. These tools may have the feature of screen sharing, and one example of this tool, remote screen sharing, is TeamViewer and AnyDesk. These are two popular tools that can be used for remote control of any device that also includes the screen sharing. Next are the third-party tool include for the video conferencing, and the populars are the Zoom and the Microsoft Teams. For file transfer, we have the file transfer protocol and secure file transfer protocol clients, different clients developed by different companies. And then we have desktop management, and these tools include Logman, Chrome, Remote Desktop. Now, some security consideration for these remote access technology and tools. So, for RDP, the RDP you must use a strong password and multi-factor authentication, and the remote access should only be restricted to trusted IP addresses. So, the VPN should use strong encryption algorithm such as IPsec and SSL. So there is a risk if the credentials are stolen. So let's suppose if the VPN client credential, which are in most cases username and password, if these are stolen, so there is a risk of misuse of these credentials. For VNC, it often uses weak encryption, so it should be used with VPN and tunneling for secure communication. So SSH is strong, but again vulnerable if the keys of the SSH or the passwords are compromised. RMM, for RMM, it should be ensured that the vendor's tool are secure, and the customer should also watch for supply chain risk so that the software is not compromised at any point during the supply chain. For spice, it is typically used inside secure virtual machines infrastructure. And WinRM, it encrypts traffic through HTTPS, and the user access should be restricted through permissions. And for third-party tools, you should rely on the provider's security and always validate the source of the tool, and the session that are initiated to these tools should be encrypted. So our objective 4.10 and the last objective of this course is explain basic concept related to artificial intelligence or AI. The basic concept of artificial intelligence or AI, application integration. So AI is embedded into application and services. For example, it is nowadays embedded into chatbots, into virtual assistants and in different fraud detection technologies. So this integration enhances automation, personalization, and decision making, and it is often integrated through APIs or cloud-based AI services. So the policies related to this integration and AI are include the appropriate use. So the organization must define when and how AI can be used responsibly. Similarly, plagiarism, AI-generated content may not be original, so user must cite sources or verify the output. So what are some limitations of using the AI? First one is the bias. So AI can inherit unfairness from training data. So if the training data has the bias, the AI system or chatbot will automatically inherit that bias. Hallucinations. So AI may generate information that sounds correct but is factually wrong. Accuracy, so the output depend on the data quality, so AI is not always 100% reliable. So what is the difference between the private versus the public AI? So the data security, so sensitive data may be at risk if shared with public AI tools, data sources. So public AI is trained on broad internet data, while private AI can use internal and curated data sets. Data privacy, so public AI may log inputs, while private and local AI can offer more control and confidentiality. So now some quick reference of the different. So this is not the reference for the script file types. This reference is for the AI tools and use of AI. So you can use this table for quick reference. So that's all for this course. Thank you for being with me throughout this journey. I hope it has been informative, and I hope it will help you in learning the different technology that we discuss in this course, and also help you pass the CompTIA A Plus certification. So please like, share, and subscribe to my channel, and write in the comment that what next course you want me to compose and upload on my channel. See you soon in the next video.